Alright, started the recording. Welcome back! Second week in a row. Woo! Last time on Dungeons & Dragons, Gaiul : Rackentha. We finished off a party with some dramatic dancing. Both in the group sense and then with Hassan's somewhat subversive public performance. Pejmina, disguised as Zoran, managed to become invisible and slip away from the party. And then the rest of you trickled out from the, that kind of like the meeting celebration. I never came up with an official title for it. I don't think they did either. It's just a thing that's happening.
A party.
A party. The party in the spire. Escaped. Ended up regrouping after the event back at the Magical Mouse, of which you now have 2 rooms. Other soft open threads. So there is now, today, this morning, as the market begins to stir and the folks of Althra begin to make themselves known within the city, there is an auction of magical items scheduled for this evening.
Oh, shit.
Should you be interested in attending. There is, it appears as of last night, the Hawk Guard in general are on significantly higher alert than they have been the previous days you have been here. And Pejmina, disguised as Zoran, was slipped a marker for an establishment called the Lucky Fox by Amari Ymira, intended for Prince Erasmus, which you have to investigate. After this evening, the following day is Feihu's court date with the meeting with the royal court to have a talk regarding the current position and fate of Mirage within the Phasia and in relation to Althra itself. So, the morning is young. The sun has risen and has begun warming the sand basin in which Althra sits. It is a very clear, very dry day, which means it's a hell of a heater. In contrast to some previous days in Althra, it is particularly spicy outside. But that's not stopping the locals. Big, bright, sunny day means market day. Just means that everyone's kind of clustered underneath their respective booths and tents rather than being quite so out and about. So, as the morning greets you all, what would you all like to do? How are you finding this fair morning?
Hungover.
Makes sense. Many of you partook in some amount of alcohol the night before. Feihu, for one, is... Oh my god, I've yawned 8 times in the last 5 minutes. Feihu, for one, is sleeping in, primarily, so probably does not intend to be awake until the later morning, unless it becomes necessary for her to be awake.
Is Eli here? He's still muted.
Oh, I'm here. Yes, sorry.
Oh,
I was
okay.
thinking about what Hassan needs to do this morning.
Zoran has returned to the party, is back with the groups in general, but is still missing their sending stone along with the rest of their adventuring gear.
And that would include their staff, wouldn't it?
It would not.
Actually,
does not.
Still have their staff and their lantern. They have a few paltry items, but the rest has still been taken from them.
All of my magic items are gone.
Oh no.
Oh,
including my +1 leather armor.
That's unfortunate.
I wonder if we can get in touch with Libra.
I'll be right back. I need to kick her out of the room.
Okay. Getting in touch with Libra actually shouldn't be that hard.
He's still very much around. Not around you currently, still doing attendance with the royal courts and whatnot, but could certainly come your way. He's offered to help you in many matters.
Magic letter?
Certainly a possibility, if you would like to write Libra a magic letter. Courtesy of Carthax's arcane couriers.
I think, while everybody's doing that, before Feihu wakes up, Aesam would just like to get a general idea of the populace and see if there are any, try and see what rumors are floating about, if any.
Sure. Go ahead and roll perception for me. You're kind of walking around the markets then this morning?
Yes, briefly.
For sure.
Picking up a little bits and baubles, I guess. A few fruit, maybe.
Yeah, go ahead and roll investigation, actually.
Okay.
I'm back.
Welcome.
Yeah, not great. That is 12.
12. A little hard to get a bead on it. Most people are just talking about, like, the event yesterday, upcoming market cycles, the kinds of things that they're interested in doing before. There's a particular festival coming up in maybe a few weeks that people are kind of starting to prep for. As far as the rumors go, you hear a whisper every once in a while. There's certainly some amount of gossip going around regarding houses Tenon and Ymira, but there's gossip going around about all of the noble houses kind of all the time. It's a popular topic of conversation.
Alright. So nothing particularly.
Correct.
Or at least nothing. Alright. In that case, Hason's next objective is just to simply talk to Feihu when they wake up.
For sure. If you do not intend to wake her up manually yourself, she'll be around about mid-late morning. Is there anything anyone else would like to do time-sensitive wise before then?
Not on my end.
Not time sensitive, no.
All right, sounds good. Then yeah, Feihu gets up in the mid to late morning, does a big ol' yawn, but after she gets through her morning routine, gets some tea requisitioned from Mr. Mouse, and is more than willing to have a chat.
Yeah. I think Hasan will walk in with tea already prepared. If that's
Excellent.
Okay.
Yeah, works.
Yeah. I'll say, good morning, good morning. I hope you slept well.
I did, yeah. Oh, excuse me. Yes, it was pleasant. A bit of a nightcap, but you know.
He puts a tray of tea along with some of the fruit and whatever else he bought. Should I just like get a few copper off or something?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll just put like.
Delightful. And
Yes.
She begins chowing down.
Hasan will pull out a notebook. No, I do hate to be a bother, but as long as I hate to be rather grim, but I do hope if you won't mind if I ask a couple questions about how you are feeling at the moment.
Sure.
So you'll just start going about like little bits of like how's the fatigue, all that crap, and all the stuff related to her symptoms.
Yeah, for sure. Could you actually roll medicine for me?
Yes, I can. Again, not great. That's a 12.
Yeah, you ask questions and she answers them. As far as the both of you can tell, no noticeable changes from the prior day or so. Definitely still feeling fairly fatigued. She's not like full on her. She's not feeling fully well, certainly. But she feels that she is fully capable at least today, and that nothing of important note has changed since the day before.
14. Well, that is very good. Alright. He'll finish up his little checklist and we'll just go. There's also something I've been meaning to ask you as well, regarding a bit similar to your sickness.
Of course.
I know you've had understandable grievances with the idea of having reports or anything written about you, especially from me, given my affiliation. But if I may, although of course this would be pending your approval, archival resources could perhaps benefit us in the research of this sickness at the very least. If you were permitting, would be fully prepared to draft a letter to one of my colleagues to inform them of the sickness at the very least, and the worries that it draws.
Would you be supposing that you had discovered a sickness in dragons and anonymize said dragon?
No. Although, not unless you wished me so. I would mostly be reporting what Astior had already observed and mentioning an individual. Well, not necessarily an individual. The thing is, it's difficult. We don't know quite know how it if the effects differ between dragons and the average populace.
And given that it is some kind of sickness, I do believe my biology would be fairly relevant.
Yes. I suppose then you would rather I not report.
She looks at you thoughtfully. How about you at least put a draft or two together, and maybe should there come a time where the usefulness of outreach would exceed the usefulness of discretion, then we could go ahead and do that.
Understood.
Are y'all having this conversation in the room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think Loka might pipe up.
You know, Hassan, you could just talk about the necromantic illness portion of it and just see if they have any stuff on that.
I was considering that, yes. And I do hope that you Matron, would have no problem if I simply reported Astior's own findings. And
no, I think that would be fine. Maybe ask Astior first, but I'd see no problem with it.
I believe while I do believe, while Astio's permission would be nice, I do believe that the urgency of reporting an ongoing outbreak rather outweighs the need for specific authorial permissions at the moment. I will say.
I mean, I understand the concern. I'm not sure I'd use the word outbreak. It's simply a case.
It
doesn't appear to be contagious.
Well, a single case, but reflective of an ongoing pattern. If Astior's colleagues are to be believed.
She just kind of waves her hand. Just like, do what you will.
Thank you.
I'm in no position to stop you.
All right. Thank you very much. And do keep me posted if anything does begin to worsen.
You'll be the first to know, unless someone else is closer.
Of course. Excuse me then.
Mm-hmm.
And Hassan will begin to draft a letter to the archive regarding Fayhue's. Or yes. Well, not exactly. He doesn't know who to address it to for the moment, but he is just drafting his note, a sample letter, I guess, to the archive.
Sure.
And of course, a preliminary one about the sickness itself. I guess, or at least what is known about everything that was known beforehand.
Yeah.
About the polarity swaps.
Fayhue turns to Pashmina and Loka, and he's effectively just like, so, any plans for today, or do you think it would benefit for us to lay low after yesterday's excitement?
I feel like Pashmina's been in, like, the bathroom most of this time and comes out. I like the idea that she has, like, these big dark lenses on.
Sunglasses.
It's just like, yeah, just like a costume piece. It's just like, I think Hey-san had mentioned something about the library again. I don't know if Hey-san, did you still want to go to the library? You are muted. Hey-san!
Hey-san! He's drafting a letter. He's fully... I'm waving my hand in front of his face and he's not even reacting. It's so weird.
I thought I was the hungover one.
Yeah.
Yes?
Did you still want to go to the library today?
More than that. Crap, I forgot what I wanted to do at the library. I didn't take a note for that.
I also don't fully remember your intentions. I know that we wanted to study something, but I don't know what it was.
Yes. Oh, right, it was Iranian law for that Hassan wanted to go over. Or something regarding that, I believe.
Thrilling.
Yeah. Yes, I intended to go through Fronian law again today, didn't I?
Just kind of shrugs.
Yes. Unless you're doing anything else, I know you'll probably find the law to be quite boring.
I'm willing to help. There's kind of a meek thumbs up.
Wonderful. Alright then, we will be reviewing laws regarding foreign we will be searching for laws regarding foreign policy, subversive activity, and of course court records about the previous annexation attempts of Mirage and other locations. Either way, important work. Clerical work. Yes, much fun. Nothing like some old Nothing like some old crusty individuals talking about the lives of others to wake oneself up. And Matron, I do hope that you would allow at least some of us to join you during your court date.
I'd be more than happy to host you, though given, and she points at Pejmina and you, Hasan, your performance yesterday, that is making a significant statement now.
That wasn't even my doing. That was...
It did look like you, though. It looked almost exactly like you. Kind of weird, huh?
Yeah, it was weird. Not gonna lie, it was weird.
But should you two stand by me in court tomorrow, then your actions will inextricably inform the process therein.
In a bad way?
I'm not sure I fully understand the context of how Hasan's message may influence the courts. But it was certainly in defiance of the larger message of that event. So I would not account on recollections of that being wholly positive.
So it kind of seems like I'm the only one who is allowed to go with you.
You seemed to have made a very positive impression on the Sultan and his wife.
Zeron could still go, but not as themselves.
This is true.
Oh, that's true.
I could also still go, but only for an hour, and I have doubts that an hour is all it will take.
I
be there briefly.
Certainly wouldn't refuse your assistance. But like I said, I'm not sure I fully understand the implications that will have therein. I'm not really certain how touchy the royal court is about their place in the Phaesia. I understand that, in my experience from Mirage, they certainly like to position themselves as the capital of the Phaesia. And a public reminder that they are not would quite literally ruffle some feathers.
Well, I'm not from here, so I can feign ignorance.
This is true. So I'll think on it, perhaps. Leave it up to you. For the time being, at least.
We'll figure it out.
Have any of you seen Zeron this morning?
No, actually.
I'm still sleepy.
Wait.
I don't think he sleeps.
No. Wait.
According to patterns of behavior, touch and go.
I see.
Sometimes. Not all the time.
Would one of you mind fetching him? I wouldn't want him to be left out of the conversation.
No, of course. Pashmina, would you be willing to?
Oh, sure. Well, yeah, we'll go over and knock on Zeron's door.
I guess he tries saying enter, but he's like, oh, wait. You can't hear that, so, like, has to physically just grumbles, gets up, opens the door. Oh. Good morning.
Morning? Everyone was just asking about you.
Oh. I see. Yes, give me just a moment. I will be right over. And he just, like, not close the door completely, but, like, kind of, like, rushes back in, and you just hear a bunch of, like, papers just, like, scrapped together. Coming. And they, walk out. Noticeably, though, they're still in the outfit that they wore for the party yesterday.
Do you have any other outfits?
No.
These are your only clothes now.
No.
Oh no.
Ran out of that party with their clothes and the staff on their back.
Do you keep clothes in your lantern?
Theoretically, yes.
I don't know how much can be mechanically stored.
Yeah.
Like physically stored in the lantern. Y'all talk.
Because it's not really like a place of holding. Like it is, but it isn't. I don't think Saran can put anything physical into it. Anything that's in it was just kind of like a manifestation already. From what I gathered.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a look at that.
Because it doesn't say anything.
I mean,
it is just a place.
We can fudge the
Any
rules
objects
a
left in
little
the
bit,
vessel
make it
remain there until
positive.
carried out. And if the vessel is destroyed, every object stored there harmlessly appears in an unoccupied space close to the vessel's former space. You can keep stuff in there if you want to.
Ooh, that actually...
That's pretty useful.
Pocket closet.
It
Wardrobe.
actually might work as one.
Up to you.
Yeah, that is your choice.
That makes sense, actually. You know what? Sure. I just have an entire wardrobe in this lantern, apparently.
Why not? I feel that's a very in-character choice. I mean, I made excuses so that Pashmina could have just random clothes.
Sure, you know what?
Like
closet wardrobe. Love it. They're still in the outfit, though. I think they just didn't change or didn't think to change, so they just kind of like hustle over.
Morning. Hope you are doing all right, considering the latest events.
I'm all right, thank you. Much better today, at least.
Hassan's brought us all some tea and goodies, if you are interested in partaking. Relevantly, Feihu has, like, demolished this platter and eaten probably 70% of whatever Hassan brought in.
Oh, wonderful. I don't think Zoran would know that, so they're not gonna say anything. So I think they take a seat on one of the beds and just kind of like pour themselves a cup of tea and eat a single whatever is brought. Like
nibble.
Yeah, just breakfast food. Eat.
We're just discussing some plans about what we would like to do today. I do not have business until tomorrow with my meeting in the royal court. Hassan and Pashmina discussed visiting the library. Curious whether we might want to be out and about or lay low a little bit more. But I have nothing to attend to, so I imagine I'll be spending most of my time here.
I see. Oh, shoot. I should start off. Wait, no. Zoran wouldn't know about the whole people looking into Hassan thing, so he would know about that, actually.
Mm.
I need to proposition one of you, and looks to Pashmina, Hassan, and Loka. I guess Feihu too, I don't know. Would any of you be willing to part with your amulet of protection from seeing? What is the exact word for it? I don't remember. Amulet of proof against detection and location. At least temporarily.
Oh.
Loka will just give you his.
Well,
Fabulous.
who's gonna be looking for Loka?
I mean, if anybody comes looking for me, I have a bident and a trident, and that's 5 whole.
That's 5 whole Pokebits.
Yeah.
That's 5 whole dents.
It's a lot of holes. Thank you. I'm
Onto
going
the
to
gills.
attune to this, if you do not mind. Just in the meantime, until I hopefully get mine back. Possibly. I don't know how it's going to happen, but...
Just don't lose it, or put something on it, you know? Like, it's pretty clean, I keep it pretty clean, so...
I appreciate it. Is it slimy at all?
Oh, absolutely.
Perfect.
A little damp,
I think
for
they,
sure.
they take, the bottom of, the hem of their skirt and just kind of wipe at it. And they are going to begin the attuning process to it.
Go ahead and just say you do.
Okay. Because I know it takes a bit.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to reattune quickly to 1. As for what everyone was planning on doing today, do we have plans already in place?
I was gonna go... there's an auction tonight that's supposed to have, expensive items. I don't know if it's, exclusive or whatever, but I heard about it. I'm gonna go to it.
Interesting. Okay. And do you have... Pardon me asking this. Do you have the funds required to even bid at said auction?
Well, depending, we're gonna find out.
How much are you carrying on your person?
Don't worry about it, Sarah.
I don't like that answer.
I like that answer quite a lot. Look, I might just be a fish person, but I've got deep pockets, okay? You're not the only person who comes from nobility here, okay?
I think completely incredulous. You?
Well, technically we're all the queen's offspring, so yes.
Okay. I
thought you said you weren't part of that whole arrangement.
Ask me to stop screwing up my cover story!
Sorry. Yeesh.
I see. Well, best of luck to you and whatever it is that you wish to bid on. Fair warning, if you do win anything, that will be a number of eyes on you.
Well,
But
I mean,
nevertheless,
kind of seems like I've already got a bunch of eyes on me when I'm here anyways. I'm
well,
literally fish out of water, so...
fair. I'm just saying, keep a hand on your coin purse at all times.
I think Loka can handle himself.
Oh, I'm sure. I am just making a statement is all.
If any of you, there was a little bit of discussion yesterday about the Lucky Fox. If any of you do choose to take a peek, let me know what you find. I was curious. It's just...
Would you like to accompany me?
I
was planning on going myself.
I think it may be best for me to stay here for the time being. But I do appreciate the offer. If they have anything, I know if there's any popular romance releases recently, as far as the books go. It's been a terribly long time since I've had something new to read in Mirage.
Is that the genre of choice?
Oh, all genres. But my kissing books are the oldest, so I think they're starting to get a little outdated. There's a lot of courtship
I would be
and
happy to procure
complex
you some new reading material.
things.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
Well, that was my plan for the day, was to go visit the Lucky Fox. Pashmina, hey, son.
I had fully planned on dragging Pashmina to do to be my research, to do more research at the library regarding Thronian law. Yeah, and court.
So
and all
Ron
court.
looks over to Pashmina with the words "going back to the library."
Pashmina has sunglasses on. You can't read her expression.
So I might not be able to. They also have an insight roll. I see.
All above board. Nothing.
No theft
Sneaky.
this time?
It's.
No desecration?
Why does this keep? Why are you so mean?
Don't call us mean. We are not the ones that ripped pages out of a book from the local library.
Yeah, that's really, I mean, wow.
And he was a pirate.
I've done a lot of bad things in my life. That's not one of them.
Pashmina just has her head in her hands.
Oh, I'll be keeping a very close eye on them. You can be. I can assure you, no book-related crimes will be committed today.
Oh my god.
You've got 2 opportunities to do book crime: bookstore and a library.
Yeah, that's very true.
Oh god, we can't bring Pashmina anywhere.
Oh, you are all very lucky that I usually enjoy your company.
Fehu will give you a nudge, Pashmina, and just kind of whisper to you, just like, for the trouble, and give you a few coins. Grab something for yourself at the bookstore. She'll give you like 2 gold.
Okay.
In silver, but it's gold.
Guess you're good. I will just.
Give you a couple $5 bills.
Basically.
Thanks, Mom.
Get yourself something nice at the ice cream truck.
Oh.
Well, I think we all have what we want to do today planned. So, probably get to it.
Break.
Go thing?
Yes.
All right.
Oh,
And don't get-
shoot. Let me quickly. And then they just disappear into their lantern.
Fehu is fascinated and immediately grabs the lantern and holds it in her paws. Just like kind of like peering through, trying to see through the little glass panes, even though they're opaque. Has he done this often?
Oh yes, plenty.
Oh yeah, several times. Yeah.
I can share my notes with you if you would like.
It's fascinating. And he is in there.
As far as we can tell, yeah.
Yes. So, I'm sure you know some wizards have been known to create little pocket dimensions for themselves. Much like.
So yes, something about a tiny hut, I believe, is in the texts.
Yes.
About 5 minutes later, they pop back out and they're wearing a completely different outfit. One that's a lot more Thronian. The other outfit probably was very Thronian, but like a lot more just kind of like
Everyday.
I want to say
Day-to-day.
common. Yeah, it's a lot more just like an
Sure.
everyday outfit.
Mm-hmm.
Large like cloak on with a giant hood.
All right. Fehu immediately offers your staff and lantern back to you. Apologize. My apologies. My curiosity got the better of me.
You're quite all right. Lovely eyes, by the way. Very large when seen through the panes.
Ah. Oh, so you can see.
I
Curious.
am able to see everything and hear everything, except on a very small scale.
Interesting. Fascinating.
So if we were to shake the lantern while you were in there,
Oh, I don't think that would do anything. It's pretty, like, even... Well, we can try it. I don't like that, though. I don't think if I was dropped, I would be in any trouble.
Oh, but we shouldn't. We don't want to hurt the lantern itself.
But I'd
Either
also
of them.
like not to lose the lantern.
Yeah.
Seems valuable
it's just a little shake.
and beautiful.
I would say thank you. It's not my creation.
Oh no.
Well, with that, I'm going to start heading out for the day, and they like start like putting their lantern back onto like the actual like hook staff itself. All right. Well, I have no way to reach the lot of you. I will see you all later.
Yeah, hopefully we'll all meet back here soon. Not too long.
Hopefully, I shouldn't take too long. Oh, do you still have that scroll that I slipped to you yesterday?
Oh, here. Yeah, and she'll give you back the. Please, use it if you have to. Please.
I shall. If any of you hear it, that means something has gone horribly wrong.
Please don't
Should
let
be
anything
fine
go
now.
horribly wrong. Please don't let anything go horribly wrong.
And just like puts a hand on Pashmina's shoulder. I'll be fine. I know the city streets better than most here. All right. I shall see the lot of you later then.
Oh yes, of course.
Very practiced Zaran bow as they head out.
All right.
And as soon as they're gone, Hassan rips a little page out of his notebook and hands Feihu his notes about the lantern. If it rings any bells regarding any local djinn you know of, do please tell me. I've been trying for weeks to try to put this to nail it down.
I'm not particularly familiar with the entities, but I'll take a read for sure.
Yeah.
Zaran, you are headed to the Lucky Fox?
That is correct.
All right.
With token in hand.
Absolutely. Yeah, so it's not difficult to find. It's a fully public business. It is in an established building. It's closer to the academic portions of town. So a little bit more well-to-do, a little less market stalls and busy streets, a little more, quiet bookstore vibe.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of employees. There's some long shelves. It's just this kind of unassuming little building in on the fringes of the markets near the academic district. It has a very cute little logo of a sleeping fox sitting on top of a book as a sign outside the front.
Of course. And they'll enter. They have their hood up, by the way, so it's covering at least most of their features.
Yeah, for sure. I'm comfortable saying you are, broadly speaking, disguised.
Yeah. As they enter. Is it a large bookstore?
Fairly large.
Or is it like on the smaller?
Yeah, so like I would say it's enough to house a good number of shelves. It's not like a teeny little storefront. It is like a full shop. Like trying to think of relative size. Like, have you been to like Unabridged in
I'm familiar
Andersonville?
with it. I've never been there.
It in Chicago sizes, it would span a few storefronts.
Okay. That's
Has
a fair bit, then.
several front windows.
Not a Barnes & Noble, but...
Yeah, a little smaller than a Barnes & Noble. A little smaller than a Barnes & Noble, little bigger than like a little mom and pop shop.
Got it. Perfect.
A friendly attendant at the front desk just kind of like is currently reading at the front desk and gives you just kind of a polite little wave, but doesn't say anything. They're actually much like Hassan, a kind of grayish with some light tan streaks Aarakocra.
Gotcha. Their first order of business, how many people are in the establishment? Are there like a lot of people around?
No, not very many.
Okay.
There are four. There are 4 people other than you in the establishment.
Perfect.
Four patrons, at least.
Gotcha. Their first order of business
bruising
is
the
get those
shelves.
books for Feihu before Zeron forgets.
Excellent. Yeah, their sections are pretty well balanced, although romance actually is a surprisingly high level of representation genre-wise for the shop. It just seems to be quite popular.
Mm-hmm.
There's a convenient kind of like new releases display on one of the end caps.
They're gonna look through them. I think they also might look for completed trilogies or something. You know what I mean.
I'll give inspiration to anyone who can give me a fantasy romance novel series title off the top of their head.
Heat in the desert.
Heat in the desert.
Heat.
Okay, yep, that's one. You get inspiration.
Jewel of the Sands.
Jewel of the Sands, absolutely. Sponsored by the Gem Cutter Society.
Mm-hmm.
Under a sultry setting sun.
Under a sultry setting sun. Excellent. Very local. All local authors. They're really sponsoring. Yeah.
I thought this was the trilogy, so I'm just like, okay, we have the starting point.
Okay, yeah, that's all. Yeah, so those are the 3 books in
This
the
is the trilogy.
the Palm Springs trilogy or something
Love
like
this.
that.
Love
I'm
this.
so upset. I can't think of anything. You have no idea how upset I am.
I'm gonna say there's
My roommate
one.
is a sandworm, and they're up my butt or something.
Oh,
They
so
have
the
it on
fantasy
their
Chuck
wall.
Tingle novel. All right, into it.
I love that.
There's one from let's say fairly distant. That's just called like A Rose in Winter.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good enough.
I think he picks up all 4.
Excellent.
It's like,
They're
you know
not
what?
particularly expensive. Let's say the trilogy is actually like a fairly well-established novel series, so they're like kind of thick. But like A Rose in Winter and the fantasy Chuck Tingle novel are like a silver a piece. Like they're so inexpensive. They're
Little
literal
10-cent fucking.
Exactly,
I spent
yeah.
4 silver on those.
literally pulp romance novels.
Bodice strippers.
And they're also, I'm not done. They're also gonna look for any new fantasy tales.
Yeah, for sure.
Aw.
You're kind of split, as these things tend to be within the kind of like fun, adventure-y, character-driven stuff that's directed a little younger, or just like incredibly dense mythological texts.
I think one of both.
Yeah, for sure. They're about a wide variety of topics. Dragon Slayers and Dragon Slaying are always super popular conceptually, like for story reasons. There's a few things. There's a new the Skewing Younger manuscript about this society of hags in the Natskog. That is this more fun adventure-y thing where there's going back and forth, adventuring through the deep woods. And then you find a much more kind of lore-centric, a little more Papa Tolkien kind of fantasy novel about space creatures. Like the idea that there are things that exist beyond the world and what that might look like, and it kind of gets really deep into the theoretical mythological biology of these creatures.
All right, we're just gonna start Zeron believing in aliens. I love it. Let's do it. There's something out there.
I believe.
The intro text is about how a famous astronomer had been keeping track for many years, and then one day one of the stars moved, and it's what the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? I think that they're interested enough. They're gonna get both of those. This more children's tale about the hags, and then also this.
What a fucking book haul.
Yeah.
Zeron likes books.
Zeron do be liking books.
Listen, Zeron's gonna read those romance novels after Feihu is done.
Just all taking
It's
turns.
fine.
Not just for Feihu, yeah.
No, absolutely not. So, how much for the other 2 books?
Let's say it's like, let's say like 11 silver for the whole haul.
Okay, so 4. So 7 more.
1.1 gold.
Bink. Alright.
Expensive tangle book.
Hey, books are expensive to produce when you don't have like
Oh, yeah,
readily
they don't have-
available industrial printing presses.
Yeah.
So, they would have bought all these, and they're just, like, very happily stuffing them into, like, a knapsack that they have. They have a backpack. That was just a thing that they
Yeah,
both
for sure.
had. And as they're paying, I think they, like, slip in the token.
Yeah.
And, like, just, like, accidentally, it's just like, oh, so sorry about this. Just, like, oh, got lost in my coin purse. And see if, like, there's any reaction to that.
Yeah, they are grabbing coins, counting coins, checking your books, and then they get to the marker and they kind of grab it and they look up at you for a moment and they kind of like put it back down on the counter between you and look at the other patrons and are just like, could I interest you, given your selections, in a few books we have in the back?
Oh, please. By all means.
For sure. And they ring a bell on the desk, and another attendant comes from one of the back rooms, and they just motion for them to come over and take over the front desk, as this Aarakocra leads you through a back door. Into what is just a book storage area. This is your standard staging area. There's a piles and some crates and whatnot of their overstock and the things that still need to go out on the shelves. And then they lead you past that to a set of stairs, and then down the set of stairs, and you start to hear a murmuring crowd increase subtly in volume as you step down the stairs, and it's kind of one flight and then another, and then a sharp turn to the left, and you see presented before you a pretty wide range entertainment lounge going on down here. There's some murmuring of crowds. People are keeping it pretty low key, but there are a variety of gaming tables. There appear to be some dice games being played, some card games, maybe even some side bets happening on other unrelated events. There is a very long bar with some very beautiful attendees pouring drinks for various patrons. There are some lounges and lounge seats where individuals are chatting and smoking and drinking and generally having a good time. Atmosphere actually seems relatively high propriety. This is not a sleazy establishment. This is closer to like a mafia bar. Like there is an amount of decorum going on here. It's not like a dive bar with drunkards and fools. And you see at a lot of the tables in particular, there are people playing with those markers. And as you kind of scan the room, the attendant kind of gestures towards you into the room and then leaves to go back to the upstairs bookstore. You see a new sign on the side of this establishment that just says "The Belly of the Fox." And you're free to explore. You do note, sitting in one of the lounges to the far back of the room, is Amari Yamira, an individual that you have met once before and are vaguely familiar with. Currently seated on either side by an attractive Thronian man and an attractive Thronian woman on either side, on either arm, effectively.
Bisexual king, let's go.
Love that for you.
who are both like just kind of languidly lying about.
Other than the two people he's with, is he with anyone?
He is currently having a kind of low-key conversation with a particular individual. It's appears to be a half-elven man who's got kind of a longer cloak that they appear to be sharing drinks and just kind of talking idly.
Okay. Just scanning the room. Two things I guess Zoran is looking for. A, does any one of them look like an off-the-clock member of the Hawk Guard? B, is there anyone that looks of note or of import in here?
Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Do you want me to do two separate ones?
No, just the one. Because one of those two things is easier than the other.
Tragic. 5.
5?
Yeah.
I mean, hard to tell. You recognize Amira. You can tell that the clientele, like, people are putting money on these tables.
Yeah.
And, like I said, the general vibe is fairly high class. You definitely wouldn't be surprised if there were some member of the nobility, some kind of noble house, maybe even someone as well-positioned as a particularly high-ranking member of the Hawk Guard. You wouldn't be surprised, but none of these faces are recognizable, and a lot of people are in makeup. Not masks aren't really a thing here, but like people are kind of dressed up. In fact, I think that's the one thing that you stand out for the most here currently, is there's a wide variety of aesthetics. Not everyone's looking flashy exactly. But you're actually dressed down a little bit for this location currently.
Interesting. I think they're just kind of have to swallow their pride and just begin walking in. Yeah,
absolutely. Most individuals are polite. You don't get, like, stared at, effectively. This is an invitation-only establishment. If you're here for a reason, and no one's going to look twice at you. Although you do, about, like, once you get kind of midway into the room, there is one of the bar attendants comes around the side and kind of walks up to you and is basically just like, hey, haven't seen you around before. Is there anything I can help you with? Get you situated with a game, a drink, anyone?
A drink would be lovely.
Absolutely.
Do you have a house special by any chance?
We do, in fact. I'll get you a fox.
Fabulous. Thank you so much.
Foxtail, rather. And they head back to the bar and begin mixing something for you.
No, wait, patiently for it. It's in their mind, they're doing this more just to fit in, even slightly more, so they don't look like they're actually brand new.
Polite interaction with the staff certainly helps.
Yeah.
And after a few moments, they come back out with a short glass with a. It's a cocktail with a couple of ice cubes. It's kind of this medium orange. It smells spirit forward, and there is a toothpick with a little twist of citrus peel on it, which looks just ever so suggestively like a foxtail.
Love it. And they'll thank them and quickly reach in and tip the man a silver.
Yeah, absolutely. They gladly take it, and they head back to the bar.
As I remove yet another silver from my bag.
Hemorrhaging money.
I already had very little silver, but still, it's just
I imagine that the vast majority of your money's probably with your stuff too. So.
Probably.
All right.
I don't know.
Imagine you keep pocket money on you. It's not the kind of thing Sabella would have taken.
I was gonna say yeah. And they're going to kind of keep walking in a little more, just kind of like eyeing the various tables, but kind of stand just away enough from what was his name?
Amari.
just stand like away enough from Amari and this other half-elven person until they look like they're about finished.
Yeah, you don't have to wait particularly long. They seem to finish up their chat fairly soon, and then Amari gives it just like a very slight wave, and the half-elven man nods and kind of like raises his glass and then steps away and heads towards one of the game tables.
Mm-hmm. And like as this is happening, they're gonna quickly disguise self so like they don't have the fox-like features, but pretty much everything else is the same.
Yes. Sounds good.
So they at least look human.
Mm-hmm.
So, but still like the long hair, still everything else. And they will kind of walk over to the table and they're going to kind of like flip the coin over towards Amari.
Amari catches it in midair, and takes a kind of like looks at it and looks across the table. Are you still in your kind of like deeper hood?
Yes, and they're going to move it back slightly. Actually, no, they're just going to take it off.
As soon as you take it off, Amari will actually whisper something to the woman on his arm, and she'll take a step away, and he gestures for you to come closer into the booth, kind of like taking a glance around the room to see if anyone has noticed that you've taken your hood off. I was wondering where you'd gotten up to. How are you? Are you all right? Everything okay? You did quite the disappearing act yesterday.
I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
Excellent.
And they will take a seat.
Well, I'm glad you understood enough to come here. I suppose we should start with some bona fides. We don't know each other very well. Amari. And he'll extend a hand.
Erasmus.
Of course.
Pleasure.
Well, honestly, normally I couldn't give two fucks about the houses and all that shit. But, Mila said that you looked like you were, scared of something when you met a few days prior, and she implored me to do what I could to assist. So, I figure to extend as a branch of goodwill, I'm more than willing to keep you safe or get you out should you need anything.
That is very warming to hear, and please give your sister all my love for that.
Appreciated. That said, I'm a businessman. I know how things go. I have no expectations of you in particular. I just hope that should in the future you be in a position to help in my endeavors, you would at least consider it. Does that seem fair?
And other than this, and just kind of like nods his head to like the room in general, what else is it that you, well, keep an eye on?
Oh,
It would help to know what I would be agreeing to.
a variety of things. I like to consider myself a connections man. Less of a business owner or any kind of establishment keeper, and I'm just the kind of person to put people in touch with other people. If you've got a job, I've got people. If you're looking for a job, I've got jobs.
Interesting. Very well. I've no reason to decline.
And should you yourself have any kind of jobs, like I said, I've got people.
All sorts of people?
All sorts of people. People of every shape, species, type, skill set, talent. Anything you're looking for in particular?
Funnily enough, yes. It's no secret that during my brief respite back in the city, I had been taken in by House Tenon.
Mm-hmm.
I had a variety of items that are still being procured there that I would like back.
I see. So, looking for the thieving type, then?
It would be nice.
I'm sure
to
I
be
could find
reunited with my possessions.
Possessions? Well, I've certainly got people who would be interested. Any excuse to get their hands into the Tenon's coffers. But this much I can do, although it may cost you. If you would like to meet with them yourself, you may. Otherwise, I could simply cite you coin for the job. Or should you be so interested as to accompany them, maybe help in the procurement of your own pieces. I'm sure you know probably the location as well as your own possessions better than any.
'Tis correct.
And an individual of such considerate power, I imagine you have some number of allies. Can't imagine you've done kind of gestures at the city, all of this by yourself, although clearly you have some talent of your own.
Thank you. Very high compliment. I wouldn't be opposed to using my own coin to, well, hire people for such a job.
And I can, of course, keep your name out of it.
That would be lovely.
We're used to operating on a no-name basis here.
That pleases me.
Good.
How much would I be looking for to put down on a payment?
For the job itself, the procurement of your things, and I think it may depend on how much the associates I bring in are willing to take. Given details of the job, should I go poking around for individuals, would you prefer that only your things are taken and that no other evidence of an intrusion is left? If so, likely higher cost, as there is very little in way of benefit for those individuals. Should they be given opportunity to raid the Tenon vaults, then considerably less.
What sort of price are we talking about? You can speak numbers to me freely.
I'd say close to 50 to 100 gold per head. So a crew of 1, 50, 75, a crew of 2, looking closer to 100, 150. You might be able to negotiate that down a bit with them if you choose to meet with them yourselves, but depends on the job.
Of course. I'm just looking at Zeron's bag. I'm like, oh, I'm actually gonna go broke. Okay. Unfortunately, these are items that I would very much like back in my possession. Don't have, well, my family's coffers to offer in payment, but I do have my own collection. I don't have much, but I can promise. And just like does math in their head. Roughly 75.
75? I can certainly offer you, that would be plenty for an individual, though I imagine this type of job would require more than an individual. So, one skilled thief that I may find with discreet intentions to aid you and your allies. Would that sound appropriate?
That's fine.
Just a lot.
Excellent. Then you wouldn't happen to have the money on you, would you?
I can procure it in the next hour.
Excellent. Even just the sight of the coin usually gets individuals hired faster. In that case, I should have an expert in your field as soon as this evening, maybe tomorrow.
Wonderful.
Would you permit me to send you a letter when that is?
Absolutely.
Then simply know the time. Let me know once I've found an individual when you wish to do the job, and we can meet and make this happen. I did not expect this to be business today, but I'm excited that it has been.
Well, you were just so convincing with your words, must I say.
I like to think that I've got a good thing going on here. And gestures to the rest of the room, feel free to partake in whatever you wish. And the attractive man on his left arm just kind of like smiles at him, and he's just like, it's a good day.
Very much so. I will consider such a proposition.
And I do trust many of the patrons I have invited here over time, but I do recommend it would be a good idea to keep your hood on in general.
And nods as they take a stand up and will put the hood back on.
Excellent. Well, enjoy your books.
Thank you very much again for your time.
Of course. He raises his glass to you and takes a sip.
Also raises his glass, also takes a sip. Do give your sister my dearest regards.
Of course.
And they'll do a slight bow, and they'll begin leaving.
You get no trouble on the way out.
Perfect. They're going to go back to the, what's it called? Mystical Mouse?
Magical Mouse?
Magical Mouse?
Hmm?
Yeah, and they're going to get their money together.
Sounds good.
And we'll eventually go back.
All right. Peshmina Hassan, you headed to the library?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hassan, excited. Peshmina, just tail dragging on the ground.
Look, are you up to anything in the meantime?
Honestly, I was thinking about going with them until the auction.
Sounds like a plan.
Library.
Three amigos headed to the library.
Oh, Loka's going to the library too? What? Oh,
For sure.
Wonderful.
Yep.
You have no trouble finding it. It is the same as established before. And given that Peshmina was disguised when our previous library-related events occurred, her normal visage will not raise suspicion.
As of yet.
As of yet. Yeah, so what would you like to do in the library, and would you like someone to help you?
Well, first of all, Hassan wants to go over the old court cases regarding the first attempted annexation of Mirage, as well as just Thranian law in relation to that in the first place.
Yeah, sounds good. Go ahead and roll investigation for me. Peshmina, are you actually helping?
I like that question. I like to think that she looks like she's helping. She's giving the most minimal effort. She's clearly distracted, at the very least.
Makes sense. And minimal effort doesn't produce advantage, so that's a straight up roll, Hassan.
That's fine. 26.
26.
Oh wait, no, not 26. Sorry, I was looking at history. That's a 21.
21.
Oh my god.
Still pretty good.
21.
So, even more so than other topics of research, Peshmina, this is deeply boring. So this is getting into, like, zoning, and, like, what, zoning and trade routes. There's some, assembly about why, the original annexation took place in the first place, and appears to be for much of the same reasons as discussed currently, which is the, royal court, that being a conglomeration of, the Sultanate and, the nobility and guild representatives, etc., really wanted to do a combination of economic outreach and strategic defense. So they're really... The Mirage is an unwitting linchpin in the trade of the entire region. Althra's position currently is set up because it is one of the more geologically stable locations in the region, and is one of the only places you could actually, like, build a city in a basin in the Phasia without it getting immediately destroyed by the various storms and sand currents and weather patterns of the desert. But that means that they are still ultimately quite vulnerable if anything were to happen to Mirage. So last time this happened, the previous annexation, which I think we established was it like 50 years ago? 150 years ago?
I don't quite remember. I do remember talking about it. I don't remember the details.
Let's go ahead and split the difference and say a century ago. When Phasia was posing as Fahey was posing as a different individual. The prior matron of Mirage. The annexation was because Althra was afraid of foreign powers. Specifically, Dirmund was newly developing. This is shortly after the monarchy split into a kingdom and a queendom. So, as a result, Thranian, Hawkguard, military, businesses, all of the above, started getting scared of a potential takeover and expansion of the Mundish just nation northward, and attempted to capture Mirage effectively as a point for that. There was some political back and forth on that happening, and basically by the time legal process happened, it just wasn't relevant anymore. It was no longer a real fear in anyone's mind, so they dropped it.
And now they have a different... And now... So you say the reasons are very much similar.
They're similar. It's harder to tell because they don't have records of negotiations for the current like there hasn't been a negotiation for the current annexation period. You all don't actually Fahey is very much assuming that this is going to be an annexation effort specifically, but the conversation she had with the courier just implied that they were going to have a conversation about an increased Hawkguard presence. That is kind of a signal for, like, and then we're gonna turn you into Althra Jr. But, like, the logistics of that are complex and would need to be heavily litigated, and that's not something that has happened yet. Because they don't know whether, like, currently, if they just tried to do that, there could be an amount of resistance, there could be actual bloodshed if it got particularly nasty. They don't really know what's going to happen with that.
Okie doke.
I hope that helps.
That does help a lot. Thank you, Cole. What else was I thinking about?
The relevantly, so, like, looking at, you did roll the 21. court documents very recently have mention of some of those things, but there is a contrast between the prior documents and these documents that you notice, prior court conversations and these court conversations that you can note, namely being before the previous annexation effort, that conversation was functionally unanimous. Everyone was scared of Dermund. Everyone was on board with trying to take over Mirage. And there was a pretty big push about that right before it happened. This time around, that is way more trepidatious. Like, there are different people expressing interest in it because of stuff like trade routes. There are some mentions of, like, active thievery and banditry in the Phasia as a whole, and needing to make sure to protect their most important locations and trade routes next to that. But there's also an interest in, like, well, we don't want to actually step on the toes of, like, particular, like, parts of the Phasia. Like, if this town is existing right now, then, like, they have continued to exist for a really long time since the previous annexation, right? So this town has existed for an incredibly long time, implying that, like, certainly they must be doing something right? And we don't want to mess with that, because that could actually disrupt our trade routes more if we fuck with this.
Yeah. All right. So, but the apprehension then is mostly economic.
Correct. And significantly stronger now than it was a century ago. But it's also all different people.
But I don't know who is. But what of the city's factions are?
Harder to tell because the court date is all in proper names.
Okay, so I can't tell which factions are. All right, that's fine. That's fine. I'll just have to find out some other way, or find out at the court date if it comes up.
Yeah, that whole process probably takes a few hours.
Yeah.
So that is like finding the right dates of court dates, reading through all those court dates, interpreting them, taking notes on them, cross-referencing them with other court documents. Like, that is long and boring and takes a while. In that long, boring several hours, Loka, what are you up to at the library?
Loka is Google searching himself.
Interesting. Okay. So you're trying to find out, like, books on Lokatha culture? Or, you specifically? Like,
shipping manifest?
The Lokatha.
I think what he's interested in is kind of like what, like, pirate info does Althra have?
Yeah, there are certainly some records. Being this far out from the coast and in the middle of the desert, it's really not a major concern. That said, the Thronian library is huge. Like, they keep records and documents for a lot of things. Also relevant, to how the library is structured. The library as a two-tier structure, that being the public library and then the private archives. The private archives are permitted access to people from the academy, from local historians. It's basically just make sure that, like, the most delicate and old and important of their documents aren't, like, subject to being defaced. It's not like it's literature. It's like, we have this document from a century ago, and it is literally the only one in existence, and if you touch it wrong, it will crumble into dust. Like, important older literature. And the exterior is all public stuff. And included in the exterior public stuff are things like court documents, records, etc. And stuff like news bulletins and records and high-level publications from other places. So you can absolutely find, probably with the help of one of the library attendants. I don't know how well you know your Dewey Decimal System.
I don't even know if Loka would know what that meant.
Okay, so over here, I see you were looking for the Scale Docs records. So here's a small variety from over here. It's between this date and these dates, and you're looking for pirate activity specifically.
I would try the scaly inquirer, many scintillating tales.
Many scintillating columns. I love the Dear Fishworth column. It's great, good reading. But yeah, you can find a small variety of documents. So this is questions for you. How, in the grand scheme of Eastern coastal piracy, how notable was your crew? Or is that kind of what you're asking?
I think that's what I'm asking. Because I think in Loka's mind, you know, we were strong and big and powerful and feared. But were we really? You know?
Sure, yeah. I'm gonna ask some clarifying questions. So was your crew just the four of you? Or did you have like deckhands, and did you actually like basically have control of a vessel for any kind of extended period of time?
I don't think we had a big vessel. I think it was a small ship with the four of us. And we would kind of launch our assaults from there.
Sure.
You know.
The like even smaller vessels, like did one of you, or is one of you like a skilled navigator? If you had to pick one of you, which one of you do you think would be a skilled navigator?
I think it would have been Finglash.
Finglash? Makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, so small vessel. Did you have a particular flag?
A conch shell with money spilling out of it, like gold coin.
It's like a cornucopia, but it's a conch shell.
Yeah, for sure. Then I think in these records there is note of that. So there are like given that this is effectively a news bulletin, there are like messages that are effectively like, hey, watch the fuck out for this particular vessel. It kind of comes out of nowhere. It will simply appear in the waves. There's like a little bit of actual like spooky mysticism surrounding like how people reference this particular vessel. But in the grand scheme of things, like looking through all the literature available, there were just a lot of pirates much scarier than your crew. If you're looking for like tall tales and the kind of like legend and lore surrounding aquatic pirates in general, unfortunately, a lot of them are humanoid focused. They're people on boats with decks, mostly because those stories actually ended up getting back to land. It's like, all right, these people were arrested and tried, or they were never caught, or they formed this pirate haven on this cove off the coast of the Dermund. And it appears that like their mimetic narrative impact seems to have a much greater deal to do with how widespread their stories were than maybe how good pirates they were.
I think Volca takes away from this that the better pirate you are, the less stories that are told about you.
I mean, hey, you know why people don't... There are a lot of very good pirates. I think thieves would agree with you, right? Like,
yeah.
The famous purple snake, the famous black viper, the famous like red-eyed rat of
black
the red-eyed rat of Kyla, and it's just like, hey, you know why they're famous? They got fucking caught. Famous thieves don't get caught, asshole. Get out of here.
Hey, Libra wasn't caught yet.
This is true. Libra got turned into a tabloid sensation.
I was legit thinking that whole time in the belly of the fox, that whole talk was just like, you're gonna hire Libra, aren't you?
That would be so funny.
I kept thinking, I was like, it's just gonna be
You
Libra.
don't understand how funny that would be.
Like, okay, Libra.
Or over the course of some amount, and this does take like probably an unfortunate amount of time to research Loka, unfortunately, just because it takes a long time to read through as many documents as you're interested in, right? But yeah, that's about what you find, especially given the amount of literature available at a library in a city in the desert.
Yeah. Okay.
After both of you have done your respective research, what's the plan? What kind of conclusions are you drawing from your research, Hasan?
Conclusions.
And Pejmina, are you still awake?
Oh, so Peshmina's just been, like, Hasan hands her a book, and she opens it, and she reads, like, a line, and then her eyes just kind of, like, drift to, like, the windows. And then she's like, oh shit, I need to read. Reads another line. Just starts looking out the window again.
Occasionally, Hasan will like, just ask a rhetorical question like, do you believe that that this would actually violate court procedures right here? Oh, no, yes, of course not, it wouldn't. Like he's having a conversation with Pashmina, but not actually. It's definitely like he's talking to someone who is not you, Pashmina.
She like looks up and is like, oh shit, I have to answer, and then you answer, and then she like settles back down. It's like, oh, okay, it's okay.
Like you think you got called on in class, but they're actually just calling someone with a slightly different name than you.
I wasn't ready for test.
And Hasan thinks for a moment. Well, unfortunately, what Hasan's drawing is, unfortunately, there's no way to play on cultural sensibilities, given that, unless somehow Kenku flocks or other outside more, I guess, what would be the word be? Pluralistic? Pluralistic advocates within Althra exists, but no, I don't think any of those.
They certainly exist. They probably don't have a lot of representation in the royal court.
Yes.
Like, if you were looking to angle on the side of public pressure, you definitely have a case, and you definitely have people interested in doing so. Especially people like the nomadic Kenku.
Yeah.
But when it comes to actual royal court, they're not exactly citizens of Althra. So they don't have a ton of, like, direct representation, necessarily.
Yeah. Although you could, I guess, use cultural difference as a cause of economic disruption.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, I think maybe that's what Hasan might be able to talk about in relation to his if he gets questioned on his own subversive activity.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe bring up how they're missing. I guess would missing the forest for the trees be? No, not
missing the desert for the dunes.
Yeah.
missing the dunes for the grains of sand. The grains.
Yes, for the individual grains of sand. Yeah. No, that's what Hasan is
failing to observe the gestalt.
Yes, and he essentially just writing down notes about what arguments he could possibly try and, or at least pose to Feyhu should she need to defend herself or explain why any sort of further integration into the Althranian sphere would inevitably cause conflict between traders and I guess village inhabitants.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wait, shit. Wait. Oh, right, no. Althra does not have an established religion in its city, does it?
No.
And Mirage is not a particularly... Well, even though Althra does have its own I guess, majority religion. It's not exactly part of political life.
Exactly. It is not like a government established thing.
Okay, no, so religion's out. Okay, that's fine. I don't need to play that angle either.
Zeron, in the meantime of this education, you are more than able to deliver the 75 to Amari if you would like to.
Very much so, yes.
Yep. You simply can. There's a discrete location. You are informed if you are interested in attending the lounge beneath the Lucky Fox. The typical call and response at the front desk is, "Could you show me to the belly of the fox?"
Okay.
Okay. Cole, can I ask one more question of you briefly?
Of course.
And this also applies to Caroline.
Okay.
I know that Althra is supposedly a bit more friendlier to the Kenku and the Aarakocra, at least policy wise. But are there like specific for Kenku traders? Are there specific, I don't know, waivers of tax or waivers of certain goods they can trade besides feathers? Like, are there additional levies or additional what's the word I'm looking for? Additional costs to going through Althranian territory?
I didn't think that far.
Roll for economic policy.
Sure.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
I think it's mostly the feather thing, which is largely, I think at this point is actually fairly archaic conceptually. It's mostly a fully integrated city at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That works. Thank you.
There might be some specific like communities and like whisper networks going on surrounding Aarakocra traders, tradesmen, and guilders specifically. But let's go ahead. Despite it being the city of 1,000 rules, we're going to go ahead and say that there are not rules that apply specifically to Aarakocra merchants.
Okay, that works.
Without preventing me from attempting to draft the economic policies of the Thranian city, although tempted.
Okay, yeah, sorry, it's just anything geopolitical.
No, it's relevant for the moment.
Okay, thank you, that's all I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's all I need to know.
Yeah. Would you like to reconvene at the Magical Mouse?
I'd be happy.
Yeah.
All right. After your collective excursions, you return to the Magical Mouse. Zeron, I assume you have delivered the books to Fei-Hugh on the first arrival?
Oh, yes, absolutely would have.
She is halfway through the first in the trilogy.
I'm so glad.
By the time you all get back. And is actively sipping like a deep, like warm red mulled wine.
I love this for her.
Well, yeah, extreme. She's like, okay, cool, rest day before court date, and just like lounging in bed reading
Auntie on the Kindle.
Yes.
On Christmas.
I love this.
Next
romance trilogy, hot wine. She commissioned a plate of like small cubed cheeses with toothpicks in them.
So
my
little
God.
charcuterie board.
Except it's by the Zeron. She orders that when you get back with the novels. You're out for like 40 minutes to deliver the gold, and when you're back, it's gone. It has been completely consumed.
Didn't even leave a piece of Gouda.
Oh, I can get another.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
In fact, I intended to.
I mean, I'm going to be ordering all day. So.
Tis your money.
This is true. I get so hungry.
Alright, give me 1 second. The cat's trying to get in.
I trust you all had a beneficial day.
Oh, yes, very much. Oh, yes, very much. Well, didn't get everything I hoped for, but we don't quite know the reasons for which you're being called in, of course, but I can say with some certainty that any attempt to annex Ulthral, or the issue itself, is much more divisive. That you will find it to be much more divisive than it was before.
That is heartening. I had kind of expected to run up against a very similar situation as last time, but if it has changed considerably, if sentiment toward the region has changed considerably in the last while, then I should count us lucky, potentially.
Yes. Yes. If anything is to be played on, it would be economic disruption. It would be economic disruption caused by, the integration of a territory into Ulthrani as a sort of Ulthrani extension of Ulthra, perhaps application of laws of Ulthra, cultural differences, and how conflict could arise from annexation.
I'm certain the threatened embargoes would be a major downside as well from that.
Yes. As much as I would like to seize upon some revolutionary fervor about the nature of the Fege, I'm sure you will find no pluralistic tendencies within the court, or at least very little.
I imagine the representation is little, yes.
Yes. Either way, I do hope that will be able to assist you tomorrow.
And Zoran's expedition to the Lucky Fox have been very fruitful, and she just kind of gestures to the stack of books. She is slowly progressing through.
Zoran's also on another bed doing the exact same thing while waiting for them to get back.
You mentioned there was something else about... Wasn't there something else about that establishment that you were mentioned?
Oh, yes. And they put a little bookmark or something in the page that they are reading and set it down. So I visited, of course, obviously. And I met with the Sir Ymira. Fascinating man. Interesting. Question to the room. Who is interested in doing a little bit of crime?
Me a little bit?
Just a little bit. Just a tasteful amount of crime.
I mean,
Angela.
in for a penny, in for a pound?
I am supposed to be... I already think I've done enough subversive activity for my own tastes.
Alright, so that's 2 for yes, 1 for no. Perfect. Love that.
Oh, wonderful. I guess my voice doesn't matter then.
You just said that you've already done enough. Thus I said I figured you would not want in, which is completely fine, by the way. So I may have hired someone to assist me in getting my items back from the Tenon Manor.
Ah.
I've never done this before. It's actually kind of thrilling.
Oh, I don't know if I can deal with 2 adrenaline junkies. Let's not
Pardon?
Get.
Mama, stop. Mama, stop it.
It's one thing to have kind of points of thumb at Loka. This one, with a taste for the more dangerous. Don't want to start any bad habits.
Oh, don't worry about that, Passionate. The bad habits already exist.
I'm not saying I want to get into it. I just would like to get my possessions back. They had connections, and I bought said connections. That's all.
Right.
Hmm.
Your
It would
books
just be
will
nice
now?
to have an extra hand around. Or 2. 4.
Is this happening now? Is this happening today?
I can get them as soon as tonight. We can also do it tomorrow, however, I know tomorrow is going to be difficult.
Wait. Zoran, what did you have in your possession again that is so important that we retrieve?
His sending stone, for one thing.
Pretty much everything that I had on my person.
Including your books on dragonology?
No, I left those at the Horde.
Good.
No, those are not there. It would be my sending stone, my armor that I paid for, and then both of my amulets of protection against detection and location. One of them is rather precious to me. One of them is from the family Horde, and I would like it back.
Yeah.
That alone is worth more than, well, everything I have around.
Now I'm of 2 minds, and I don't like being of 2 minds. Because I have an auction to go to tonight. So I couldn't do it tonight, and I don't want to get arrested at the Tenon Manor tomorrow when somebody fucks something up, so...
Well, the auction probably won't go too late if you wanted to do it tonight. Do it after the auction.
Yeah, that works.
I would like to attend this auction with you, Loka, if that's all right.
I figured you would.
Yes, I would love to.
All right, then it sounds like there's an auction tonight, and you can make a decision about your organized crimes.
I would like to get an answer so I can let our hired help join in.
This is true.
I guess, if it's... So long as I can go to the auction and kind of spend ample time there, then sure.
I mean, it's only, like afternoon right now?
Yeah.
Getting towards evening.
Mm-hmm.
Days young. Don't see why we can't fit it all in.
I don't know, I figured it's a opulent auction. And so it could take hours, maybe there's meals involved, I don't know. This is crazy.
Then auction first. See how it goes.
Yes.
All right. With that in mind, I would like to take a little bit of a break.
Quick break.
And we can come back with the auction. Before we go, however, I'm going to post the items available for auction in text for voice.
Excellent. I will be right back then.
Oh wait, are we all going to said auction?
If you'd like to.
I mean, yeah, I would. Seems like
I
it.
have no money left.
I mean, it
No, like actually, no joke. I got rid of all
No.
my money.
Shit.
All my money.
Oh my. Oh god. Okay. Ooh. So much. So many things.
4 things. It's just a full description of the various items.
Medal of the meat pie.
Oh, that's pretty fucking good though.
Yeah. Well, even if it is a one-use item.
Oh, well,
Be right back.
Thank you.
What do you need for?
I just wanted to check what specifically Fog Cloud does.
Fog cloud creates a 20-foot radius cloud of fog that you cannot see through. It can be dispelled by wind.
Yes.
Like specifically, I think it's just what is it? The gust of wind spell. Yes, but that's very hyper specific.
Am I the last one? Are we all back?
I don't know if Caroline is back.
I'm here. Hello.
Okay.
Sick. All right, I have unpaused the recording. Welcome to the Gemcotters Society Estate Auction. The Gemcutter Society has recently acquired the estate of a particular individual and is selling a vast number of jewels and gems, and of particular note tonight, magical items. A rare occurrence in the general sphere of the Thronian markets. And it is a lovely affair. This is being hosted at the Gemcutter Society headquarters. So there are a number of hors d'oeuvres and snacks about. But it is primarily focused on the selling and acquisition of this dissolved estate. So I'm going to welcome you all to the mini game that is this auction. So notably, the price is maybe the wrong word, I realized in retrospect. What those amounts, which is a number of dice multiplied by a number, are high bids. So what we're going to do, going down the line from top to bottom, so the Ring of Obscuring first, then the Feather Token, then the Metal of the Meat Pie, and then Naya's Bite. In order, I'm going to ask what your high bid is for that item. And then we are going to roll those dice, and if that is going to be a particular noble's high bid. If they roll higher than you, they buy it. If your bid is higher than their asking price, you will buy it. I will tell you ahead of time the maximum, minimum, and median price for each of these, if you are interested. Also, Eli, your mic's kind of loud because of children. I apologize.
No worries.
So, first up for sale is the Ring of Obscuring. Sorry, does everyone understand that? First off, I know that was a lot. Okay.
I think so, yeah.
So, for the Ring of Obscuring, minimum price is 30 gold, maximum price is 180 gold, median price is 105 gold.
It's a pretty good deal.
Would anyone like to bid on the Ring of Obscuring, and how much would you like to bid?
I'm just gonna go ahead and say I'm not bidding at all. So.
44 copper to Zoran's name. Reasonable.
Hey, you can bid the 44 copper.
You could. I mean, the minimum price is 30, so you need to bid 31 gold to have a hope of buying it.
Yeah.
Loco, would you like to bid on the Ring of Obscuring?
I would.
What would you like to bid? I can go over those numbers again if you would like.
Yeah, I'm only concerned about the max, and I know it's 180.
Max is 180.
So... what am I willing to part with here? Let me double check my monies.
And we are going in order, so if you want hope of purchasing anything further down the list, you will be extracting those funds beforehand.
Let
Hey,
me
so-
do... Go ahead.
I mean, Hasan will do the most he can, which is 35 gold, but that's just a pipe dream.
I mean, there's a chance. There's a chance we roll 3 ones.
Oh, sorry, 37 gold. 37.
37. Excellent. You could just bid 31 because I via the math, I can only bid in increments of 10.
Oh, right.
So
yeah, so just
37
31.
is the same as 31 in the case of the math.
Okay.
How much gold do you have on you, Loka?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
What's the median again?
The median is 105.
105.
And if anyone would like to, like, in character, examine any of these items, they absolutely may.
Hassan is very interested in Naya's bite.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's a largely unassuming item. It's a thin, finely crafted metal chain upon which hangs the direwolf tooth from the center of it. It doesn't, from just the look of it, it wouldn't, you wouldn't think it is particularly magical, but like, hey, I mean, anything can be enchanted, right? It has its stated effect, effectively, in lore. If you would like to kind of take a closer look at it, you could roll me investigation.
I would be happy to.
Yeah. I would also accept nature.
I think I will do nature then, because I actually have better nature than investigation. 24.
24. You notice something about Naya's bite. The little placard of descriptive text on Naya's bite says that it is a direwolf's tooth. That is not a direwolf's tooth. It's too big.
Oh.
And direwolves are large. This is a large tooth.
Oh, I could bring down the price, couldn't I?
Maybe. Hard to tell what that information would do to the price.
Alright. I'm ready to set my bid on the first one.
What are you bidding?
121 gold.
121 gold. All right, let's see what Noble High Bid is. It is 10, exactly 100 gold. You have a Ring of Obscuring, and you are light 121 gold.
Alright. Cool.
I'll see if I can add that to your inventory.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
Could have sworn I saw it in the D&D Beyond. Oh, is it in the DMG? All right, I'll homebrew it into your inventory later. All right. Moving on. Would anyone like to bid on the feather token? Let me get that put in. It is 4d4 times 5. So minimum price on that is 20 gold. Maximum is 80 gold, and median is 50 gold.
I don't know about anybody else, but
35. I was 35.
His son is bidding 35 gold. All right. Let's see high bid. It is 11 times 5 is 55. So you are outbid for the feather token.
That's fine.
Would anyone like to bid on the Medal of the Meat Pie? Same price. So minimum 20, high 80, mid 17, or mid 50.
not I.
Nope.
Nope. All right. Would anyone like to bid on Naya's bite?
So, Hassan will briefly. God, is everyone okay if Hassan costs us a little trouble?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm guessing they're reading the description.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it has come to the auction hall in front of the auction hall. The auctioneer is reading the description and kind of discussing the item. It is being passed around on like a velvet pillow.
Heisan will let out like a cough once the direwolf is a direwolf tooth is mentioned. Like, forgive me, if I may. A direwolf's tooth would be much, much larger. I do hate
the opposite
to agree on, but that
it would be smaller.
Small. A direwolf's tooth would be smaller.
Yes.
Yeah, a direwolf would be bigger, or no, smaller. Yeah.
This is larger than a direwolf's
This is larger
tooth.
than a
Oh. But I have
almost
no idea what tooth it could belong to, though.
Unfortunately, you did not make the DC to know that information.
I was worried. I was like, you're gonna mention that this tooth is so much larger and that it should be more expensive.
Yeah.
I was like, ugh.
Sorry. Is it possible to try to roll to see what kind of tooth it is?
Yeah, if you'd like to, Zeron.
Wait, what did
nature?
Heisan, what did you
nature
roll?
Or investigation?
I rolled.
What was the amount?
I rolled a 24.
Oh, there's no way I can hit that. Then never mind.
Oh yeah, absolutely not.
I can do history, but that's about it.
No.
I won't be able to hit that. Then never mind.
But if it's much bigger, then
my nature's low, but my survival is high.
Actually,
I'd let you roll survival.
Ooh.
What's your question?
So the question I have is ability checks. Those are not the same as skill checks.
Correct. Ability checks are straight stat.
That's what I thought.
So like a wisdom check or a dexterity check, etc.
I was confused. Okay. I thought that they were the same thing.
Right.
They are very subtly different.
Although, say a +1 to anything is a very
+1 to both is quite good.
That's still quite good.
Yeah. What do y'all think? Should Heisan go ahead and? You know what? No. I'll see what.
Do it,
yeah, let's see what fucking happens. Heisan, would actually them. No I was like, I do apologize, but I must say that tooth is far too large to be that of a direwolf.
Oh, and are you some sort of wolf expert?
Clearly, the fine people of this establishment, although I respect very much their trade, are not either. It's not like there are wolves in the desert.
Go ahead and roll persuasion with advantage for me.
Yeah, that was a good argument.
All right, thank you. Let's go. Good. Not as good, but still very good. 22.
Oh my god.
22. There is some murmuring about the auction hall. And after a short kind of intermission, they go, Fine. Well, though we may not know what it is, we do still know the origin of the tooth. We do know the item and its enchantment. And thus we'll be auctioning it off regardless. If you so desire to investigate the origin of this particular item, you may do so at your will.
Zeron's gonna lean over to Heisan. Do you mind? Do you have identify or detect magic?
I do. But I don't know if that would give me the information I need.
There's no harm in trying.
I suppose. Can Heisan cast Identify?
Don't you need to be holding the item?
I was gonna say, with that persuasion roll, I'll say they'll let you.
Okay. Alright, so I will cast Identify then.
Absolutely. I need to reread Identify.
The properties.
You learn its properties and how to use them.
So nothing more than.
I'll say for creativity, I'm definitely going to tell you what this is. So yeah, everything they have said about it is true. The Wonder item attunement, it is a necklace. When you wear it, you get the ability checks and whatnot. It is not a direwolf tooth. It is a lycanthrope tooth.
Whoa.
Oh.
Ah, hell. I guess no. Heisan has to do his actually. It doesn't matter. Heisan said,
Oh, that puppy.
"This tooth was pulled from a lycanthrope. I'm not sure what of which, but if some poor individual would have had their teeth ripped out of them for the creation of this jewelry. I doubt they were willing."
I'm going to ask you to make me another persuasion check. This one flat.
21. Oh, wait. Yeah. Sorry, that's 18.
18.
Mistook the 12 for the 15.
At this point, I would be willing to chip in if anyone wants to try.
I will reduce the bidding price for Naya's Bite from 6d6 to 4d6 times 10 gold pieces. Minimum price is now 40. Maximum price is 240. Median is 140. As you say that in particular, and it looks like some buyers who had been interested in bidding are now more put off by the item.
You're okay, Bubby.
He just had a big eat. I did put a little bit of treats in his food.
Then you're fine. Don't whine at me then.
Alright. Someone mentioned to Loka. I am willing to assist if you wish to purchase that.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't gonna put much more than $100 on it.
I will give you 30. I will give you an additional 30 gold. I simply do not like the idea of some odd person hoarding that.
For reference, the previous median price was 210 gold. It is now down to 140. Median.
Okay, well, I'll take your 30, and then I'll go as high as 131. And, we'll see if we get it. And if not, okay.
I'm willing to throw in a little more if we want to try and meet that,
How much you got?
I have 22 gold.
Give us 10. That'll give us to 141.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll put up 10 then.
Alright, you're bidding 141.
141.
So exactly 1 gold over the median price.
Let us see what the fates will.
Alright. Yeet. That is exactly 140 gold.
Oh my god.
You win the bid by 1 gold.
What are the chances on that?
That's
very low.
Crazy.
Hysterical.
Yes, I'm so glad I did that. That's a great item. Like,
wow.
That's hysterical.
As Loka, you receive this necklace in its own little special case. The auctioneer hands it to you and just says, "Thank you very much. All purchases are final." And that is the end of the auction.
Very good magical items.
All right, okay. Can I have a consensus? How broke are we all now?
Oh, I have 12 gold.
7 gold.
I'm doing
Loka?
fine.
Loka?
I'm doing fine. What?
Show me your wallet.
No!
Show me your wallet. Now, drop it. Drop it.
Loka puts it in his mouth and runs away.
Let me know when you would like to attune to either of those things.
They both require attunement.
They do.
They? Oh.
Do you have room to attune to more?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you should be able to attune to at least 3 items, I think.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
Do you intend to attune to both of them?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I am also wondering if maybe one of us should take one of them, but I don't know who should take what. Like, I'm gonna keep one of them. I just don't know which one.
All right.
But I don't know. That's a later discussion.
I would say feel free to just hold on to him for now, I guess. Like,
yeah.
And Zoran, you receive a letter from Amari that says that they've found the woman for the job.
Before we get to that, can I just roll and see? Because I was told to keep an eye out, just in case.
Oh shit!
I did just throw around like 210 gold.
Yeah, for sure.
So, what can I roll to see if like people have eyes on me or looking?
Yeah,
at me
go ahead and roll. Let's say insight.
Insight. Okay. All right, 16.
Yeah, for sure. Like that fucking big spender. You got 2 out of 4 of these auctions, and at like pretty reasonable prices. Like people are like, okay, this funky fish man that was at this social, like you think you have successfully convinced the people that even if you're a bit weird, like you're a socialite in like the status of you in people's eyes has been raised significantly.
Can I say how much I hate that? In the last 2 days.
You made a very good impression at a high-end social event.
Good impressions at so many events. Can I just say how much I hate that?
Oh, that's so funny though.
Who is Althra's newest bachelor on the town?
the hottest bachelor in town.
Scaly and with a love of furry creatures.
Amazing.
The good thing for all of you is I'm always wet.
Hate that. I don't want to hear that anymore. Please get that out of my brain. Do not like.
Underwear.
Wow. Oh.
All right. So yeah, Zoran, you get word from Amari that you've got the right lady for the job.
Well, and we'll just kind of like, as they're standing with everyone, job's on.
Oh, that was pretty quick.
I do believe I will be taking my leave then. I don't wish to attract too much attention to myself, if you do not mind.
Very well. Anyone else?
I told you I was gonna go. I got this big spender. I gotta restock, you know?
Were you planning on taking anything from the coffers?
Is it not supposed to?
I'd rather not deplete everything that they own.
I don't have the room to deplete everything they own unless they're not that rich. In which case, why would you be marrying a not rich person? You're rich.
It's not... Whatever. Okay. Pashmina, are you in?
Oh, yes.
Wonderful. All right, then. Might I escort you all to the belly of the fox? Follow me.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they'll start leading everyone over.
I think on the way, though, walks alongside Loka and it's just like, so after all that spending, I don't suppose you have that 5 gold you owe me.
What 5 gold?
You know, the 5 gold we talked about before.
Can Zoran hear this?
Well, trying to, like, hang back with Loka, but I suppose you can overhear it.
I wouldn't have any idea what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it, fine.
Slaps 5 gold into your hand.
Hee hee. Thank you.
Well.
And what exactly are you two mumbling about back there?
Nanya.
Just like quickly stops and turns around and just looks very incredulous.
It's between me and Luca.
Narrows their eyes to both of you.
I'm not saying nothing.
Do I want to know?
No. Well, actually, I want to know. Never mind. Yes.
What?
Oh, we had an over-under on you and Libra.
She's like trying to cut.
Get off of me! You like each other!
Oh. I see. Well, all you had to do was ask.
Well, someone was trying to stop me. I asked Libra, and they said, well, maybe you should answer first.
Well, of course I love Libra.
Oops. Can I get my 5 gold back?
No, take back. It has to be both ways.
Damn it.
Again, just like very confused. Is that all?
I mean, it's just, oh god, now we're meddling. Now we're actually meddling. Maybe you were right, Pashmina. Oh, shit.
Told you.
Everything's good. Everything's good. I mean, nothing changes for anybody. But, you know, asked Libra if they had feelings for you, because it just kind of seemed obvious to me. And they just went, no, not like that. And I was kind of surprised. And now I'm out 5 gold because of it, and I'm kind of pissed off. A little bit. I thought I had her.
Just kind of give Sloka a pat on the head.
That's... Libra and I were... And they look like they're struggling to think about this.
Don't worry about it, so you know, you just, let's go steal everything, and then we'll all not have to worry about it anymore.
It wasn't really supposed to go this far. I was just kind of making my own fun in the moment.
Did Libra... No, is that why they were teasing me about the magical mouse?
You're thinking about it way too hard now.
Oh, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind when I see him next starts marching off.
Just tell him Loka had nothing to do with it.
Just storming off, just angrily stomping their feet.
Oh god, pass me the what have I done?
They'll figure it out.
Not your problem.
Yep, you know what? It's a test. We'll see.
A test?
If they're really friends, this shouldn't be that big of a hurdle.
Well, now you make good points.
Excellent. Would the three of you like to...
Being a good sport, Loka.
He grimaces at that.
Pat, pat.
Would you like to arrive at the belly of the fox?
Yeah.
Please.
Zoran, you have no problem getting the three of you back in today. And seated in the booth that you have been talking to in the back is a very familiar at this point, Amari Amira, and also a Tabaxi woman. He kind of gestures you over, Zoran, when you start to get kind of closer to the middle. Pejmina and Loka, this is the first time you've been in the belly of the fox. It's a delight. And Loka, you are familiar with a lot of what's going on here, but it's like a little too clean and nice for the kind of establishments you're probably really familiar with.
I also just spent most of my money.
This is true.
Not as excited to be in a gambling den when you're at your low.
Yeah, like, what am I gonna do? Lose 30 gold here and then just have not... Like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Peshmina just enjoys the novelty of the moment.
I think Loka wants to participate, but won't. And that upsets him. Not a lot, just a little.
There is a one of the bar attendants comes over to offer you all drinks, and Amari actively waves them off, since he knows you're all about to get on to a job and doesn't want any of your senses dulled in the time being.
Peshmina looks disappointed as they walk away.
Hey, you can come back for a celebratory drink afterward. Here, let me introduce you all to your hired expert this evening. This is Sapphire. Gestures to the Tabaxi, who gives you a nod. She's very much dressed for the job. Dark cloak. You notice that she actually has like cloth padded shoes, like for making sure that she makes no noise while moving around. She has like some little packs of tools and whatnot with her, and just very politely gives you all a nod. And Omar is just like, we've already exchanged gold. These are going to be your collaborators for the evening, Sapphire. I'll let you all get on with it at your leisure, because I believe my business in this arrangement is complete. And he stands and kind of gestures to you, Zoran, is just like, again, let me know if you need anything else. I can, I count this is only business. You still have my favor.
Much appreciated. If anything were to arise, I will be sure to let you know.
Excellent.
Thank you again, Master Amari.
I need a cocktail. And he walks over to the bar.
And Zoran will take a seat.
Sapphire looks at the lot of you. She's like, all right, so, this is the Tenon estate, correct?
Correct.
Excellent. I've got one guard on the inside, so we have an entry for sure. But beyond that, it's going to be a little bit of getting around and maneuvering. We talked about it a little bit with Amari ahead of time, I understand, and she gestures to you, Zoran. How much am I allowed to take, and do you know precisely within the estate where your belongings are?
I know I know where it is. How much I would prefer it if it weren't very noticeable.
My standard is about 3.5% to 4% of any given take, enough that could be excused by simple embezzlement.
Perfect.
Excellent. Sounds good. And she extends a paw to shake.
Zoran will gladly take that and shake. And there's like a table in front of them, right?
Yes.
And they are going to minor illusion what looks like a map of the interior of the Tenon estate where they know.
Excellent.
Because they would know the Tenon estate really well.
I'm going to bring you to a new board.
Yay!
Oh.
Shit.
Tail spire. What?
Aha.
Welcome to the Tenon estate.
I was kept here.
I was.
God, this is massive.
Hello.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, wow.
Oh my
I've
god.
seen glimpses of this, but I haven't gotten to see it, like, in detail yet.
Oh, wow.
So, since you do have a little thing, I'm going to ask people to ignore the guard positions. I may shuffle them a little bit when we actually get into the board. But for the purpose of doing a little bit of heist planning, and we can keep this pretty quick. Zoran, you know that Tenon House guards are well-trained. They're certainly above standard than an average citizen, but they are also simply guard. These are not members of the Hawk Guard or members of like the Royal Service. So by way of direct combat, they're probably not going to offer a whole lot of resistance. But there are a lot of them. So the primary concern here is less whether or not you're going to get in and out, get into a big fight, a lot more whether or not you're going to be able to get in and out unseen. So we have some tertiary buildings. These are primarily for live-in servants and guests and family members. I'm going to pick. I had a spot picked out for the vault, and I'm trying to remember where it is. Down here? Yes, perfect. So here is where the vault will be. Let's throw in a... have a chest. Plunk. Perfect. Bright glowing chest.
Objective chest.
Mm-hmm. And we should be able to knock this out fairly quickly. We'll see. So in one of the lower floors of the main sort of established area, there are a couple ways in. Namely, but they are through effectively the back of the estate. So entry is going to be around here. This edge of the board, at least. And also, just in case, upon seeing some of this, Hassan, you do want to be involved, we can make that happen if you would like to.
If that's okay. I wasn't expecting it to be this big.
Absolutely. Hey, it's totally reasonable during the process of this planning stage. You decide you need an additional ally.
Or at least for the initial part. Hassan will be there, but he will not go in with them. He will help them infiltrate, but after that he will leave.
Yeah, sounds good. So,
if I may, real quick, Hassan does want to go back to the library and and do some research. May I say what he wants to do research on?
Sure.
Old Motlin legends and specifically weapons of note. He's trying to do. Overall, he's trying to see if he can't suss out any legends about Pashmina's weapon or angels or anything like that.
Sure, yeah, sounds good.
Okay, but yeah, before he lets them in.
Yeah. So, in order to get to the vault, you'll have to access this back patio, and there are a number of ways to do that. You can go straight through this kind of center ball, you can get through the middle of the compound, you could skirt around the edges and climb up the back of the wall. There are a number of ways to get around. And Zoran, you've kind of minor illusioned this little map into existence on the table in front of all of you.
Yeah. And so that happens, and they are just kind of pointing to various points of like interest within the map itself. It's kind of pointing like, this is where if any guards are around, they'll be stationed here. This is like servants' quarters. This is the Cybella's like personal room. This is a parent's room. This is any other relatives. I don't know if there's any off the top of my head. I'm gonna be honest. Things like that. Just like places of import, and then we'll point out the vault.
If you are curious, Zoran, on this map, this is the room I intended Zoran to be in.
Interesting. Okay.
In the estate. So this kind of little side room that could be easily guarded.
Got it.
As your kind of abode while you were here.
And where was the vault?
The vault is in here and then down these stairs. Okay.
And I suppose the craggy cliffs, how well are they guarded?
Definitively climbable, but potentially guarded. There are a lot of people up. So there are typically guards patrolling this area, sometimes in, let's see, this region. There are certainly guards around, and that back patio does connect directly to the largest ballroom in the Tenon estate, so you have the potential of being noticed by just like non-guards.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna have to reset the board for me because I'm getting that bug where it like unrenders everything in a cube in the middle of the screen.
Yeah, it's doing that for me too.
All right. We're gonna leave and come back.
Well, some notable strengths. I can just straight up go invisible for an hour. That's come in handy a lot recently.
Deeply useful.
I also have funnies that I kind of want to use when we get there.
What, like? Such as? Sapphire's certainly interested.
I have a knack for magic.
I understand.
There's something that I've recently acquired.
Oh, it's still doing it. Oh, I loaded back in. I probably have to quit to menu.
I think you have to, Yeah.
You
might have to, I feel like I've had to close the application before sometimes, like.
That's alright. At least it loads quick.
Mm-hmm.
You have a knack for magic, you say?
Yes. Particularly, I haven't really been able to use it much, but I have a neat little trick. Looks to everyone. I can temporarily fly.
Oh.
That would certainly be useful.
At the very least, if I can use said ability, I can look down upon, well, any sort of guard arrangement and report it out. Would give us possibly another in. Make things a little easier for us.
Okay, but you don't have a sending stone.
I could fly up, look around, come back down, and be like, hey, they are here in this location.
You could just borrow mine.
That does require attunement, and I don't want you to lose yours.
Oh, I won't, believe me. I won't have too much for use for it. I can help you get in, but after you get in, I can help you no longer.
Are you sure?
Oh, very sure. I'm used to being stuck with my own thoughts for a while. Who knows? It may be nice not to hear a voice for a while in my head.
Very well, thank you. And they'll hold out their hand.
And Hassan will pass his sending stone to them.
Perfect.
Well, if you're gonna take the time to attune to that, I would like to take the time to attune to the Ring of Obscuring.
Right. You simply may. You are now attuned to the Ring of Obscuring.
And Hassan will say, wherever you may find yourself in need of entering, I can very much create let's see, is that a diameter or within 20 feet? That's diameter. You can create a 20-foot diameter sphere in which you will create no sound. So if you wish to scale cliffs or create noise on your way in, I can make sure that it is not heard at all. In that, I can help you.
We are some sneaky motherfuckers.
Well, I won't say no.
Hassan isn't. He has a 0 to stealth. Hence why he can only help you get in. And nowhere else. And nothing.
Alright, sounds like a plan. Are we good to go inside?
Very well.
She rubs her paws together. Yes, excellent. Alright, let's get on it. And let's drop everyone's minis in. Part of this is an excuse to use this extremely cute cat burglar mini from Hero Forge.
Cute.
I like it a lot.
I love tabaxi.
They're pretty fun. Also very good at doing a sneak.
Biomechanics.
Oh wait, no, Hassan is the only one that's not here. Kill menu. Yeah. Kill creature.
Hassan! No!
He has been disintegrated from existence.
Smote.
Alright.
Away from this mortal coil.
Oh, wait, why does... Zeron's flying. Where... Disable flying. There we go. Yeet. I think you might currently still have control over each other's minis. Yes, so I'm going to disable that for...
Oh, see ya.
Oh, shit.
See you.
Alright. Now you only have control over your own minis now.
Okay. Ooh. The new, selection tool is weird. Ooh.
So, when you get to this entrance here, let's say you end up over here to start with, Sapphire will go ahead and meet up with this particular guard, hand them an amount of coin, and these two are going to fuck off.
Bye.
At least further into the compound. How would you like to approach? We're not strictly speaking in initiative, but we are probably going to be taking things in turns. So we're not going to have a set order, but I am going to ask people to move their designated speed, make checks, etc. I think given the layout currently, Sapphire is going to kind of come to the group and just basically go like, I think it might be a good idea to skirt around the edge of the compound. While there are a number of guards patrolling the area, they are separated, so we would be able to potentially subdue them quietly individually without necessitating a external investigation. But I'm willing to follow your lead. It's your operation.
Loka is interested in where this pulsing ball is.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where he's thinking that he wants to go. I don't know if anybody else has ideas, but...
Yeah, reasonable. You can see from where you are, there is a sentry up on this platform. And another one up here. But they're both quite far up, and it looks like the ground coverage is significantly more lacking on that side.
Who are these? I see someone over in here.
Yep. There are also just
someone else.
Members of the house milling the estate. The estate is not empty. There are tenants around.
So we have to avoid them as well.
Likely,
probably.
Yes.
Although, a good idea.
They're also not trained guards. So they should be easier to surpass than otherwise. Although attempting to subdue them may cause a larger kerfuffle. Not in the immediate sense, but in the, oh my god, there was an attack on the tenant estate kind of sense.
Yeah.
So those two sentries up on the rooftops, how they're within eyesight of each other, correct?
They are.
Notably, hell. So I couldn't put one to sleep without having the other one notice.
Likely. Although they're probably not watching each other that much, potentially. There's actually 2 lines of sight on that front sentry. Currently they're being observed here, as well as here.
Yeah. I can't see everything you can through my own.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 2 lines of sight on them.
Hard to investigate necessarily.
Aethon will... And on the left side, can you show me the left side sentries and the... Okay.
So we got one here.
One up there.
One up here. And it looks like someone on this platform.
That's tough, because that's the way I was going to go.
Let's see. But still, that's not perfectly visible. That one sentry on the ground is not perfectly visible from the others.
I'd say not visible at all from the other two, because there is a walkway between them.
Mm-hmm.
So the one on top could definitely see your approach.
Potentially. You do have skill checks and actions.
Someone will say, "The far sentry I can put to sleep. I can put to sleep for a minute. The sentry on the ground, I can silence the area around them so you can deal with them quietly. I can offer you that. And if you need trouble sneaking past the sentry up there, I can give you what assistance I can through bardic means. I believe going there will have the least possibility of detection."
That makes sense. Although I think we might do best to sneak past more than anything else, rather than maybe eliminate individuals. For reference, this might just be useful for y'all. These guards have a passive perception of 12.
Okay.
So sneaking past them is not the most difficult thing.
Then the one on the ground, I can definitely make sleep for a while. The other two would be up to you, but I can help. But I can certainly help you get past the one that is currently patrolling on foot.
All right. I'm willing to go for it if you all are.
Zoran nods.
I can't pick myself up. Why can I not touch? Why? Oh, okay. That was weird. Maybe it was just
like intersecting or something. All right.
So Hassan will.
I think Peshmina just goes straight up invisible.
Yep. Absolutely.
And if they start to move, yep. Hassan will cast a third level sleep on him.
All right.
Which I assume is just going to go out. Hopefully, will just go out right. But let's see. What is that? How many
You're casting that on the guard on the bottom floor?
Yeah, third level.
Absolutely.
Which is within 20 feet. 5d8, and that's 1d.
And it's within, what's the range of, like, how many targets you can have on that?
Creatures within 20 feet of a point.
And I don't think it needs line of sight.
Not necessarily, no.
So you could hit both of these if you wanted to.
I think with the third level spell slot, I'm willing to try that.
Sure thing.
Give me a couple seconds. That's with 4. That's 9d8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Getting sleepy.
$46.
46. Yeah, you double both of their HP.
Oh, okay.
They both fall asleep.
Yeah, so we'll say, and that is my part done. I wish you all luck. And Loka, remember your voice, and he'll give you a bardic inspiration.
Aww.
All right. You all are more than clear to walk up to over here.
Sweet.
And Hassan will go on his merry way to do his library research again.
All right. There is a guard above you. Would you like to sneak past? Peshmina, you can just go if you would like to.
I was about to say,
you are invisible.
yeah. How far can I get?
Like until you have to probably all the way up. If you intend to climb up those cliffs, probably all the way to the back of the compound. So like back here.
Peshmina's gonna whisper, and she's like, "I'm gonna move ahead."
Zoop. All right. What would the rest of you like to do? If you make a group stealth check, Sapphire will be doing it with you to bring your average up.
That would be great.
It's part of, you paid 75 gold for this thief. She's gonna help you.
I really hope so. I would like to do that, if possible.
All right, let's go ahead and make a group stealth check.
Cool.
Oh, damn. 21.
21.
I'm rolling on D&D Beyond. 15.
It's a natural 20 from Sapphire. So that is a total of 27 from Sapphire.
God, that's good. That helps me.
So yeah, she absolutely helps y'all out, and I'm gonna with that much. What? So, Loco, what'd you get?
21.
21, 27. Zeron, what did you get?
15.
15. So definitely on the lower end. You still beat the guard's passive perception, though.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say with that, you all can meet up with Pashmina. You all do quite well to maneuver yourselves all the way over to this.
Could I say in that time I'm able to get a kind of read on the situation on this side of the
Yeah, absolutely.
estate?
Can you also give me a perception check?
Yes. Where
Close
is
these
it?
doors.
Can I assist or also do one?
Yeah, let's say you also do one.
I did bad. I rolled a 6.
6 total?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You can definitely hear guards. There are some, for sure.
There sure are people here, guys.
Well, I did only a little bit better than you. I got an 8.
An 8?
All right. Can I roll?
Yeah, for sure.
God damn it.
Alright. Perception.
Mm-hmm.
I'm supposed to be good at that.
12.
12.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you get the sense
Inspiration.
there's someone on some of these platforms. There's like, you know that there's someone down there. You know that there's many voices coming from up here, and that's making it kind of hard to figure out, like, you can't quite tell exact positions from down here. You're gonna have to get a better look after you climb up, but you know for sure
Wait,
that
I
there
can
is
do that.
a guard up here.
I can do that.
What can you do?
I am totally able to fly now.
Yep.
So I'm going to, firstly, cast invisibility on myself
Sounds good.
because I just have that.
Punk.
Pong.
Pog.
Fuck.
So okay, technically, I can cast invisibility at a 3rd level spell because warlocks are kind of weird that way.
Mm-hmm.
Can I also cast it on Loka for that same thing? Because I get an extra target.
If you upcast, yeah, absolutely.
Because it's I can just.
So
cast
it
at
is now
3rd level.
three invisible creatures and a master thief.
Say, did we really need Sapphire that bad?
I mean, how good are y'all at picking doors?
I have no ability to do so.
I can.
Might
But,
still be useful. But
Alright.
you are now 3 invisible creatures and a master thief.
And I'm going to take off into the sky.
All right. So from up there, don't even have to make a perception check. You just know that there is. You can see the guard right there.
Okay.
You can see that there's a guard on this platform up here.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that there's a guard patrolling the platform over here.
Okay.
You also
Can I
know
hear
that the
anything in the
entrances
middle?
you're looking for are here and here. And you can see that there are members of House Tenon in the ballroom here.
Okay. Perfect. Is the Lady of the Hour in there?
Not visibly.
Perfect. All right. Wonderful. We'll kind of touch back down and we'll say all these locations. Point out the doors, point out where all the guards are to everyone in the group.
All right. Sounds like a straight shot. Might have to deal with that one on the larger platform, though.
Agree.
We comfortable with that?
As comfortable as I'll ever be.
Knockout only, please.
Absolutely. And it's sneak time. I am going to ask for stealth rolls for noise for climbing up this leafy cliffside.
Sure.
Right.
But otherwise,
15.
I'm going to shuffle y'all here. 15, solid.
Please D&D Beyond. I know you haven't been rolling well for me.
What?
I cannot.
Okay, hold on.
I've got
No,
you.
I'm doing it.
Thank you.
Mamas, you gotta move. I'm rolling my dice.
I need to stop using D&D Beyond. I need to stop using D&D Beyond.
All right, come on.
Stop.
Come on.
Why?
Okay, not bad. Better than my last roll.
How'd you do?
15?
15?
No, 16.
16.
16. I roll a 13 on the die.
Peshmina.
4 plus 2.
6. All right. Loka.
15.
15. And that is a 23 for Sapphire, which averages above 12. So, you all will be okay. Sapphire is going to go ahead and take the initiative while you've gone up. Pop herself behind this guard, looking over the ledge, and she's gonna smack him on the back of the head. She has a little club. So she's gonna roll to hit. Just gonna do combat with myself. It's 15 plus 7, so yeah, plenty.
Damn.
She's gonna get her sneak attack off. So, look, gotta get your money's worth.
I'm just trying to see it. Oh, they're right there. Okay. I'm like trying to see where this is happening.
I do also have
plenty.
Stunning Strike if we ever need that.
But
Stunned until the end of... That's kind of a last resort.
This guard is out like a light. And Sapphire's going to come back. She does not know where any of you are, necessarily, because you are invisible. And she just goes, "Can you cover me while I pick the door?"
Peshmina will go... Can I... Yeah.
You have to hit control and up. We know that you're all invisible. We're just going to turn you back into normal minis.
Peshmina will kind of gently tap their shoulder and shoot.
Yeah. She's going to have the help action because she is being aided.
Watching the area.
We're looking for a 20. Woof!
Oh! What the fuck?
She fully, alright, and, grab my tools, stick and snap. Just, immediately snaps a pick in the door, completely jamming the lock. And is just like, fuck, okay. I'm glad there are 2 doors.
Do you have another pick?
I do have another pick, but this door is fucked, so they're probably going to notice that. Alright, let's try this again. Much better.
Okay.
That was an 18.
While this is happening, I'm going to move the guard.
Yeah, sounds good. 18 plus
Slightly
7,
out of ways.
25.
You should talk to the person who makes your picks.
Yeah, I'm going to have a real stern talking to them later. That's probably going to let them know someone broke in last night, which is not my ideal of professionalism.
Can Peshmina try and go back to at least remove the pick from the door?
Yeah, absolutely.
As much as possible, if that's...
Go ahead and make sleight of hand for me.
Okay. Ooh, don't... I'm begging you.
Looking for 15. Looking for a 15. Perfect.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, so with some careful prying, you managed to extract the sliver of metal from the slot of the lock.
Okay.
All right. And you head
Evidence
down
acquired.
into the vault area. She's going to start working on the vault locks. And she basically goes, all right, this is going to take a little bit of time. This thing's fucking complex. Please watch for me, all right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, and she's going to start picking.
Peshmina will take up the rear outside.
Sounds good.
Not enter. She's keeping an ear out, especially like up here.
Yeah, go ahead and roll perception for me.
No, I'm gonna roll my physical fucking dice. Fuck D&D Beyond right now.
Zoran, you said you were planning on moving the body?
Well,
the guard.
Yes.
Unconscious guard, not a body.
The unconscious guard.
Yeah.
Very much not a body. They're going to move it, hopefully, like, around, here-ish?
For sure. Yeah.
It's kind of, like, behind, hidden.
Sounds good.
As best as they can. Oh, wait, how do I get rid of... Okay.
Right-click.
There we go.
My perception check was a 14.
14. You can definitely hear the sound of voices from the ballroom getting louder, as if a pair of individuals are getting closer to the doorway.
Oh, I will... Oh, we have our sending stones. I'll communicate this to Loka and Zeron. I believe people are coming down from the ballroom.
I'll cover. And Zeron is going to step outside and take off their invisibility.
Oh.
And immediately disguise self into a guard.
Sounds
in the
good.
Position that the other one was.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
you are
really
disguised
good.
as a guard out here. And you see a pair of nobles heading down the stairs onto the platform. Just kind of idly chatting, having a wonderful time.
Perfect.
I like Peshmina's invisible, but she's hiding behind the staircase anyways. Like,
Sounds good. Zeron, can you go ahead and make me a deception check?
Yeah, I can.
Again, there's no suspicion, so they're just
Okay,
curious.
So 17 plus 7.
Yeah.
oh my god.
24?
You fucking get it. Yeah, of course you do. They have no idea. Oh, excellent. Our guard is out here making sure everything is safe and wonderful. And they will...
As always.
They will make a round. Just kind of nod to you. And then head back up. I'll actually be heading all the way up. Couple of House Ten. They're actually probably Zeron members of House Ten you have seen before.
I was gonna say, I think Zeron knows exactly who they are.
Which probably honestly should have given you advantage on the deception. That's fine. You didn't.
Here, I'll roll it right now.
You were fine.
Never mind, the other one was a 1.
Oh, excellent. Okay, yeah, you're safe. There is some amount of clicking and swearing from the vault. And then in a brief, after just a brief moment, they manage to crack the vault open. And they quickly come back up and they kind of hiss. It's just like, all right, your stuff's ready and I've got mine. So we're good to go.
Loka is there. What is in there?
Oh, no.
So in this, Sapphire has effectively managed to open every locked box in this vault. Primarily looking for Zoran's things, and they have found Zoran's things. There is also a decent chunk of wealth. There is a pretty significant amount of coin. There's a lot of stuff like important documents. There's a pretty high variety of like experimental textiles, recipes, patterns. Like it's a combination of wealth and things and trade secrets.
Could you find... Is there possibly evidence of what, Cybella had been planning for Zeron?
Entirely possible. But it looks like there's not, like, correspondence here. That would probably be in Cybella's study.
Yeah, makes sense.
Which is a completely different area, I'm
Significantly higher up.
Yeah.
Then I'm not too worried about it then.
I'm gonna let everybody else come back down, and I'm gonna think about what I want to take, because I'm having ideas, but I don't know how they're gonna plan out.
Relevantly, Sapphire is watching all the things. She's gonna lock all this back up as soon as Zoran has his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah, we have to make sure that there's like no evidence that anyone was actually here.
Sapphire's already got her take. How obviously are you salivating over the stuff?
Well, I am invisible.
You are invisible.
So nobody knows, but I know.
Yeah.
I mostly just want the other two to, because I want to think about what it is that Loka would want to take, what he
wants out of this whole thing.
Because is it just money, or is it like, oh, there's like stuff in here, can I use that in case Sabella wants to pull some shit? But is that also a Loka thought, or is that a player thought, you know?
Is Loka interested in blackmail?
That if it's
okay.
So
blackmail material.
I got it.
So Zoran and Peshmini, welcome down to the vault briefly.
Yeah, they're run down.
I feel like Peshmina's still in like watch mode. Just like really doesn't want to. She's also just not interested in these people's wealth. She's in watch and cleanup mode.
Yeah, for sure.
So I was gonna try walking past and just kind of like has like a handout, just like I'm so sorry if I touch you. Please excuse me. Just like try and get past Peshmina.
Oh.
Boink.
And we'll make it down to where it is.
Yeah.
And
all your stuff's here.
We're gonna go start grabbing their stuff.
Yeah. It's funny because when you grab it to Loka and Sapphire, it looks like it like levitates briefly and then disappears. Oh wait, no, you're not invisible anymore.
I'm not invisible anymore.
No, you're just grabbing your stuff.
No, I look like a guard.
Yeah. Definitely gives Sapphire a scare briefly, and then goes like, "Oh, okay, I get it."
And are just gonna start pocketing. What exactly was taken? It was the armor. It was both amulets.
Yeah, your armor, both amulets,
and my daggers.
Yeah, all of your daggers. I think all of your like adventuring gear too. So like your hammers, your pythons, your rations, the ring, your rope, tinderbox, torch, water skin, all of that.
Yeah. Okay. They'll go ahead and start shoving all of those into their backpack.
Yep, sounds good. And Sapphire basically waits for your signal that you've gotten everything.
Is there anything else within the vault itself?
Everything previously described. So lots of money, some specific pieces of like textiles and dyes and whatnot, and then trade secrets.
Okay. I didn't know if there was going to be anything else, anything more personal.
Doesn't look like it. In fact, like even like all the not the correspondence, trade secrets and stuff like that, it all looks old. Like it's not like the secrets kept here are very much not Sabella's work. They're Tenon family stuff. Mm-hmm. And when I say trade secrets, they're not exactly like juicy. It's like, here's how we dye stuff. Mm-hmm. And we have that written down so we remember, but we also have it in a vault so that no one can compete with us, basically.
Mm-hmm. Then they just sort of click their tongue. We're just like slightly disappointed, but also not surprised. The rooms that are down here, does he know specifically what they're for? Because obviously one of them is like, it looks like a study.
Yeah, they're just like, I think it's basically when it is a study. It's the chamber in which people ponder these secrets, I think is the idea. It's kind of a records room, effectively.
Gotcha.
So that even if they are unlocking stuff to examine it for like a production line or a new product or something like that, they'll just bring it into the study, read it, take notes, whatever they need to do, and then put it back.
Okay. And then you said earlier that Lady Isabella's like study is much higher.
Much higher in the estate, yes.
Do we know exactly where? Because I'm
pretty close to the top.
I'm assuming that is it up there.
It would be. Let's see. Not quite that. Where's the? There's a specific room. Here.
Oh, that's like even further up than I thought. Okay. Got it. Okay. Okay. Ah, I see the bed. Okay, got it. That is fine. Alright, thank you.
Absolutely.
Alright, I don't intend to, like, clean this out, but I do want to get an idea of how much money is in here.
I mean, I would say several thousand gold.
Several thousand. Okay.
With like some smattering of platinum additionally. Sapphire has already noted in the plan for this is take like roughly 1/3% for her to make sure that like this is invisible. Like no one should even know that anyone was here. If you want to take more than that, she took I'm gonna say like close to given the size of a hoard. I think she literally just pockets 1 platinum piece.
Plat is what, 10 gold?
10 gold. Because she's already being paid for this, too.
I'm paying a lot of money for this, so yeah.
Like, she's effectively being paid not to rob this place. And if you choose to change the plan's gonna change.
I'm a pirate. And I have that much gold in front of me.
Any other way.
How am I supposed to say no to that? So I decided I was gonna roll 5d6 and see where that landed. And that landed on 16. So I'm thinking I'm gonna take 160 worth of gold.
Oh my god.
As soon as you start grabbing it, Sapphire is going to attempt to whack it out of your hand.
This bitch.
This wasn't the plan. Invisible.
I don't even know what to do with this. I am as a player. And
you've got an action. She's gonna start locking stuff up.
Yeah. So, I mean, does she actually smack it out of my hand?
Absolutely, she does.
Oh, damn.
I can have her roll for it if you would like.
I would like to oppose roll.
Sure.
Yeah.
How would you like to do that? Like straight attack, sleight of hand, dex, like straight dex?
It's still invisible, no?
Yes.
It is in the air though.
But the gold will hover, remain visible for a time, and then become invisible.
Can we do like a gated skill thing where like if she beats me by X amount, this is how much I lose, and if it's like over 10, I lose all of it? Something like that. Is that fair?
She's gonna have a problem if any of this gold goes away.
Oh shit.
Like she's a professional.
Yeah, well, so am I. Who saw me? Nobody.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
However you want to do it then.
I think easiest way, so given that you are invisible, I think she's just going to make an attack roll.
Sure.
It will have a disadvantage because you're invisible.
Okay.
Which is how that works. So she's going to go ahead and roll. What's your AC?
15.
15. So...
Please.
All right, that is a 9 plus 7 is 16 exactly.
God damn it.
So she will smack the gold out of your hand and literally hiss at you because she's a cat.
Damn it!
I just rolled an attack roll myself and I missed. I'm fucking nat 1.
Yeah.
Oh my
meaning
God.
you are attacking her?
I was going to, yeah.
Okay. Then you're no longer invisible because you've made an attack roll. And she is going to hiss at you, slam this, basically everything, start locking stuff up. And she's going to leave without you. So, let me know if you would like to follow her out, but she is zeroing out of here after locking everything up.
Oh, she passes Pashmina?
Yep.
Wait. Where are you going?
Tell your friend not to change the plan next time, and she just leaves.
Oh. Sending stones to the other two. What just happened?
He stopped me from taking my money!
Oh,
It's
Loka!
not your money! And I think Zoran smacks Loka on the back of the head. Just like a little thump.
It was right there, Zoran!
It's not yours.
It's not hers either! How does she get to take
is.
it? You paid her! What does she need more money for?
Because I didn't pay enough. Now come on.
Loka
Can't
goes
spend long done yet.
begrudgingly, annoyedly.
Alright, what's the exfiltration plan?
Good question.
Pashmina is waiting nervously outside.
Pashmina, you are now the only one who's invisible.
Oh,
How long does that last?
an hour?
Alright, yeah, you're still invisible.
I have a question.
Mhm.
When I was flying before, could I see any guards up the tower?
Absolutely. Quite a few. I'm gonna say, like, most balconies are guarded.
I'm trying to figure out how can I help Luca at this point.
I can cast invisibility one more time if I absolutely need to. The only thing is, I really...
Up to you. I'm not gonna ask for it.
I would be using my last spell of the day.
Mm.
I really want to go up to that study.
Yeah, hold on to it.
I mean,
I've
worst
got-
comes to worst. I have
you've
Fog
got
Pod.
your ring.
Yeah.
I also can cast minor illusion at any given moment.
I don't think we'll need it if we're all invisible. The only thing is, I really want to get up there. I want to see if I can find any sort of dirt and then just book it.
Yeah, I would say
Yeah.
use it for yourself. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah,
I mean,
can,
I have to cast really at a 3rd level spell, so.
I can basically I can try and assist Loka in getting us out of here, and then you can have free reign.
Wait, you said you have to cast it at a 3rd level?
I mean, it kind of is implied. It's looking at my warlock sheet. It's like I technically have 1st level spells. I technically have a 2nd level.
But you only
spell,
have 3rd level
everything-
spell slots.
Yeah,
What the heck?
warlocks are kind of weird.
Yeah. You all the like the theoretical warlock like power is that all of your spell slots are always the highest level.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you can upcast
So if I
anything.
cast it, like it would just happen like that. Granted,
Yeah.
some of my spells like don't have any additional effects at higher levels, so it would just be kind of a waste, but at the same time it's pretty decent.
I mean, so this guard's still just like out of it.
Completely
Then-
unconscious.
Then I can just help Loka down, and we can just be out of the way.
I guess Zoran's biggest thing is just like asking the both of them, do you trust me enough to do this on my own? I believe I'm capable, but do you trust me?
Don't come invisible.
Yeah, this situation has definitely never happened before.
Peshmina is hesitant, but...
Actually, make me invisible and fly me up there with you.
I don't know if Zerhan can carry you.
You have -2 strength.
I have -2 to strength.
How about we stayed nearby, but out of sight. We don't leave, basically. And if something catastrophic happens, we're here. And but I'm hoping it doesn't come to that.
Zerhan will nod. Very well.
Just don't take any unnecessary risks. More than we already have.
I don't think anything could be riskier than what I did the last time I was here. I'll be fine. And they're going to go ahead and just put a hand on Luca's head again, and we'll cast invisibility.
All right.
Once more. So they are now both invisible. And they are going to take off yet again into the sky.
All right. How does that ability work?
In addition, as a bonus action, 3 times per long rest, you can give yourself a flying speed of 30 feet that lasts for 10 minutes, during which you can hover.
Yeah, then you can absolutely just like zoop all your way up there, invisibly. You're trying to get into Sabella's study?
Correct.
All right. In that case, go ahead and...
Oh, I'm sweating again. Okay. Ooh.
Go ahead and roll me a d20 just for luck.
Sure. 4?
4. It is locked. A 4. It is locked, and Sabella is currently inside.
Oof, 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 oof.
How is Zerhan gonna play this? How is Zerhan gonna play this? That was such a tragic roll.
I think through the Sending Stone, only to Zerhan, it's just like, remember that you promised, okay?
Which promise? The one that was just made, or the one from last session?
From last session.
Oh, what was the exact promise? I'm so sorry, I forgot. I forgot.
That you would stay. That basically you wouldn't leave again.
You don't get a reply, but it was definitely heard. As they... Basically... If, like, there's a way to just send up, like, a thumbs up emoji, doing abso-fucking-lutely. That's not the case. So she is in the study.
Correct.
Would she have a key in her bedroom? She's there, not in the bedroom. So that's why I'm thinking maybe I scour through the bedroom to try and find a key.
If you'd like to.
I'm gonna try.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me an investigation check and a stealth check.
Okay. Firstly, stealth. Do I get advantage because invisibility?
No, this is for noise specifically.
Okay.
So consequences will be less severe than just like getting spotted. But you will not get advantage.
That's going to be a dirty 20, 17 on the die.
Good to know.
And this is going to be for investigation. That's going to be a 14.
14. We're going to roll that against luck.
So not bad, but not...
Eat. That die is going away.
Here it goes.
10. You find a key to the study.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
She's in there.
Yeah, she super is.
She's straight up just in there.
I might have to do this again. Okay.
Where's your... I'm gonna steal your mini.
Yeah, help yourself.
So you're on the floor now.
Yeah.
You've obtained a key.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna say this is the study. The furniture non-representative. Or bedroom. How do you want to play this?
I'm trying to think exactly what I want to say.
Nothing. Say nothing.
Okay, so it's a very similar plan to the last time Zeron was here.
No.
And it's to get her out of the room.
No.
But this time, not gonna be Libra.
Oh my god.
Okay. Question A. Roughly what time is it?
11 p.m.
11
for you
p.m.
to get the fuck out of there.
Listen, I want what could potentially be in this room. And it would be so troll if there was absolutely nothing. But I want it. I'm gonna get a servant fired for this. Okay.
Invisibility is not concentrate.
It is.
Oh. Loca's gonna lose their invisibility.
I also believe that they were far enough away that it wouldn't matter, but...
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, we're on our way out. Like, we're just gonna hang out somewhere nearby. We're not actually staying.
Yeah, we're not actually on. I feel like by now we would.
Even if it breaks, even if it breaks concentration. Oh no! If you break concentration, it would go down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think technically, if you broke the spell, but maintained concentration, you could. There's a way to do that.
Up on nothing else,
Right.
because disguise self is not concentration. Yeah. So like I can just do that.
Yeah, you can just do disguise self.
My only concentration spells are friends, invisibility,
Well, but
and shadow
invisibility defines the spell ends for a target that attacks or casts a spell. So even though you can maintain concentration on it, invisibility ends because of if you cast another spell because of invisibility.
Okay. Fuck. God, I had the worst luck roll. This is awful. Oh, that's so upsetting. Okay. So she's in there. The door's locked. I have a key now. I have an idea of what I want to do. The only thing is I don't know how to phrase it or how to do it.
Let me help you.
It's very much the idea that I kind of had was similar to the last time Zeron was here when he was talking with Cybella as Libra.
Right.
Trying to get a feel of like how things were, except they're not trying to see how things are with Cybella.
Right.
They just kind of want to try and like make an excuse to get her out of the room.
Mm-hmm. So you could definitely, I was about to say, there are definitely things, you're invisible right now, right?
Yes.
You can just try and like call to her to get her to come outside. It's already late. A lot of that is just like figuring out what to say. You can talk about urgent business. Honestly, if I was thinking in Zeron's mind, just saying as a servant, like, someone found the prince, like...
My thought was just like, there's a guard downstairs that has information.
Yeah, that could absolutely be it. And then we make, I'd say, probably a persuasion check to see if either persuasion or deception, to see whether or not that is convincing enough to let her come outside. And that wouldn't drop invisibility because you're just speaking.
Mm-hmm.
You could even knock on the door if you wanted to.
I think that might be the way to go.
Yeah.
I think they're going to step up to the door and they're just going to lightly knock against it, and minor illusion will drop invisibility. Oh shit. That is true. Okay. That is true. I forgot about that bit. Kind of change up their voice slightly.
Mm-hmm.
Me trying to think of another voice in the spot. So much fun. I'm actually struggling. This is so much fun.
Lady Cybella.
I can't do that. Lady Cybella.
Excellent.
There is a man downstairs on the terrace. What would they call it here?
Terrace works.
Just
Yep.
On the terrace with information about the prince. They're looking to speak with you at once.
Give me straight persuasion or deception. Either or.
They're the same amount.
20 gets her out the door. 25 makes it so that she doesn't question why there isn't a servant outside.
Oh, I had plans on how to make it seem like there was wasn't a servant outside.
Okay. We'll see how you roll.
Okay, that's a 16 on the die plus 7.
Plus 7.
So it isn't going to be a 25.
Is a 23.
That's 23.
You hear a quick scrabbling of paper as she rushes to the door and slams it open. What does she see when the door opens?
So, I was hoping to make it sound like it was walking away by just kind of like, as I'm also like, I'm trying to make my footsteps sound a little heavier, but I'm also like using the bottom of my staff to just like clack, 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 like going down the hall. So like, I'm also going down the hall. But like, I'm further away.
Go ahead and make me a sleight of hand check with disadvantage.
Okay, with disadvantage?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. That's also not bad. 15.
15 is under 20.
Fuck, okay.
Oof.
You have a moment. She is outside and the door is open and she's just starting to look around and go, wait a minute.
I swear to God, if you go in, she just follows right behind and locks you in with her again.
You've got a moment.
I know. I'm trying to like weigh the options right now. Fuck. I didn't want to lose invisibility though. It's too important right now.
You're the one with the key to the study right now.
I am the one with the key to the study. But it also would be very evident. Okay, can you move? It's kind of hard to see in the room, like on Tailspire, like on my own.
Mm-hmm.
Do you mind moving around? All the windows are boarded up.
Correct. There is not an easy window escape.
It is 11. I might have to just try and wait it out. Because it's in my head, I don't want to do this. Zoran wants in. But if I just go in and lock the door, something's going to be up.
This is true. And she'll probably have to call someone to come get the door open, which means you'll have time. Just a little time. You'll have time. Would you like me to just... Would it be easier for you if I tell you what will happen if you enter the room and lock the door?
Yes, please.
You will have 2 rounds before she comes and gets a guard, meaning you will get 2 investigation checks. After that, she will be back, and you will have to figure out how you're getting out of there. But you will have 2 investigation checks to look for any evidence of her planning before, and we'll have a way out. If she comes back, you'll get 3 investigation. You can have 3 investigation checks, and she'll be back, and you'll have to figure out how to get out. She'll also definitely be back with card. All right, so
I'm gonna take
walking in and locking the door.
I mean,
Angie.
Yeah.
All right, walk in and lock the door, and immediately Sabella whips around, just like, what the fuck, and like what? Because she hears footsteps. She sees the door close. She hears the door lock. She walks up and like rattles the doorknob, and she's like, "Hey, what? Who's in there?" And like bangs on the door and like rattles the knob. I'm just like, "Fuck! What the fuck's going on?" And she starts going downstairs. You've got 2 investigation checks.
That's all I need. I'm gonna go for it.
These are well hidden. I'm looking for a 25.
Wow.
I can't even hit that.
Or a natural 20.
The chances are so
You've got inspiration, so you've got 3 dice.
Okay. It's all I can do right now. Because I can't.
You're already in it.
Yeah.
You're this deep.
Fuck, the first one was close. Alright. Second one. That actually is a natural 20.
What?
Are you for
Holy
real?
shit.
No, I'm being dead ass. I just woke up the cat because I screamed
God.
it. I'm not even joking. I swear to fuck, I'm trying to get my camera out right now. I'm not even joking. I'm posting. I'm being dead ass. Please believe me.
I'm posting.
I'm being dead ass. Please believe me.
I believe you.
So upset. Zoran gets what they want. Loka gets 160 gold smacked out of his hand.
That is the thing. That is the thing for a natural 20. I swear to God.
No, I believe you.
I swear to God. I woke up the cat. I'm sorry, but how she just bit me out. Holy shit! Ow! Stop biting me.
Belt's done that to me before when I was accidentally too loud and he got pissed.
In your research regarding Zafara Shade, there are some people that refer to her as a devil woman. And there's more than one reason for that. And one of those reasons is not unlike devils, despite being a mortal woman. She doesn't do anything without a contract.
Oh my god.
There's
no
way.
fucking way.
There's no way.
Hidden, not with her other documents, not with her valuables, but
She's just got this shit out on her fucking...
practically sewn into the seat of one of the chairs in her study, in a secret compartment next to a number of other documents that you find wholly by chance in your frantic search for any evidence. You find, penned in Sabella's hand, the full correspondence between herself and Zafara Shade, with written out her intentions to use mind manipulation magic for you to forget any illusions of grandeur, any interest in the outside world, and a seat of contentment here in Althra. And the contract for 1,500 gold for her to come do exactly that on your wedding day is written out in your hand, signed with a thumbprint of Sabella's blood.
What? Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out right now! Right
Run.
You have seconds before Sabella comes back.
Move
It's
whole
their-
ass.
They're gone. I think what they're going to get out, go in, lock the door again, So it looks like it's still locked.
Excellent.
And they're going to book it out of the
And you are still invisible.
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit.
Like, I don't think they even processed exactly what they grabbed. I think they grabbed everything they could and just booked it.
Absolutely.
And as soon as they're, like, get outside, they're going to take off again into the distance. and fall
just completely
immediately.
gone.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, you book it. Are you telling your companions that you're booking it?
Yeah, like, as it happens, I think, like, they start taking off, they're like, oh, wait, shit, I'm with people, and just immediately sending Stone out now.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah, and Peshmina's gonna be with Loka and make sure that they both, get the fuck out of here.
All right. Loka, I'd like a
Oh,
stealth
they would
check
have
from
tossed the keys somewhere, like, in a bush.
Just like, yeah, just like yeet it somewhere in the estate.
They have no need for it.
Yeah, sounds good.
I am invisible now, right?
Oh, you are. You are still invisible. So it's just Peshmina. Peshmina, give me a stealth check.
Isn't Peshmina also invisible?
I'm also still invisible, I think.
I'm letting the cat out. Be right back.
But I'm still.
I'm gonna luck check for time, but I literally need a 1 for the hour to be up. Yeah, you're all invisible.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
A lot of you can become invisible.
So,
Convenient for us.
Yeah, then you all zoop out of there.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna ask.
Let's go extract.
Extraction successful, and you make your way back to the magical mouse.
Mission fucking impossible. Holy shit.
All right.
160 gold lighter.
All right. I would like to take 5.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I'll be right back.
Need to. Time to go. Oh, it's dark in here. Fuck.
I am returned.
Welcome back.
Man, this is huge. Okay, I'm gonna roll that last die to see if I would have still had the same luck. No.
Oh god, that's way back there, huh?
Needed all 3.
Oh man.
Hey, buddy.
I cannot believe that it worked out. Genuinely
You got 3 chances to roll a natural 20.
Cannot believe. There's no way that should have worked. Genuinely, there's no way.
Listen.
And yet.
Oh my goodness.
The dice be making some interesting choices tonight.
Sure do.
Ain't that the truth?
Hey, bub.
My heart's still going.
He just woke up from a nap, so he might be
Sleepy.
a little needy. Might be hungry.
Give us a meow right into the microphone. No? Okay, that's fair enough. Alright, here we go. Alright, you're back. You have regrouped back at the Magical Mouse with Hassan and Feihu, who has now started the second novel.
I'm so glad.
Well, I think fucking well,
Did
Yeah,
Hassan have time to do that due to the weapon racer?
Yes. Could you refresh me on what you were researching?
Hassan was trying to research old Motlin legends and old artifacts. Like, essentially just try to see anything resembling Pashmina's weapon.
Yeah, go ahead and roll. Let's say investigation. I assume you're going back to the library?
Yep.
Go ahead and roll investigation for me.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely.
oh, you're good.
And I'll use my inspiration.
You're very patient. That's cool.
That's gonna be a 16.
16? I mean, it's hard to say. The lore you're able to bring up, of the lore you're able to bring up, Meteor Hammer, just straight up not one of them. Like, martial weapons in general, just not included. People really like legendary swords and axes and shields and suits of armor and occasionally even a bow. but like no legendary meteor hammer to be seen.
Okay, that's it. That's all I need to know.
Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
You. Everybody's met up.
How'd it go?
Poorly.
How poorly and how much trouble are we in?
None.
Oh. Good. What happened to Loka?
Just slumps on the ground. He's bereft.
Zoran excitedly walks into the room at this point. And just like, they're clutching the paper. I got it.
You got what?
And just like slaps it down onto the bed.
Okay, so we'll pick it up, start reading it, and go. And his eyes just sort of widen as he continues reading. How were these just in the vault, or?
No. I got them. I proved that it was happening. I can prove this.
This does so much, and this will annul your marriage. And I know you're excited, but simple annulment of a marriage isn't going to keep you free from here, Zoran. You know that, right?
They cock their head. Oh, do you mean my duty to the city?
Your duty to the city is not It will. I can say with confidence, even without too much thought. It doesn't matter what you're a victim of. The laws will still come to you. You can sneak this and ruin Cybella's attempts at marrying you once and for all, and however you wish. But I hope you do understand that you will still, unless you have some way of bending these laws regarding royals to your will, you will not be able to leave. You understand that, correct?
I'm very well aware. Okay, explanations are in order. Last night, I was trying to pen dozens, if not 100, different types of letters to my family to explain the situation, since I was unable to tell them the truth when I saw them last. All different sorts of things written down, from obviously the acts that were to be done. I didn't have any proof then. I do now. The only other way that I could imagine such an annulment would be an act that would shame my family. The only other way I could see an annulment working is if I relinquished my title completely. And I don't want that. Which is why I wanted to do something a little more risky. I know that there's the rules and the laws in place that prevent royals from leaving the city. I do not care that I'm breaking those currently. I did it before, I'm going to do it again. I'm not staying here. However, I would like to return here one day. I know that a lot of you might not find Althra very favorable anymore, and for good reason. I understand. It is still my home, and they are still my family. At the very least, I wanted proof that would almost guarantee my annulment.
You do not have to justify your desire to return someday to me. I understand that. But I do hope you know that So you will not present this yourself in person. You're not going to put yourself into the crosshairs again. Because it took us because it was hard enough to get you back that one time.
I'm not going to do it in person.
Good.
Rather, I am going to make a delivery. This is information that needs to be brought up to the royal court.
And
I will
you
not do an
have
audience. Please?
You certainly have a companion that could do that for you very credibly.
Very much so.
Consistently of some use, that Libra is.
I've been very fortunate to have him at my side. He's been completely invaluable. Do you have any other objections, Heisan?
No, as long as you are keeping yourself safe. That is all I worry of.
I'm alright. If anything, this has given me a new sort of confidence that I didn't know I even had. And just like looks to the paper again and just kind of smiles. All of this can be over. I could be free. Of course, with everything that was mentioned in it is horrible, and everyone should be horrified. Of course I was when I first heard it. And that was only under circumstance. But this, seeing this physically in paper and writing.
Oh, hi, Bobby. Oh, hi. Hi. Shoo, shoo.
I understand that this might be a bit more important to me than it is for a lot of you, and that makes sense.
No, I understand. You don't. I'm just rather speechless that this actually existed.
Honestly, I am as well. I more expected it to have been destroyed, and I'm very, very glad that I was wrong.
Well, perhaps unlike your escape, I'd say celebration is in order, but I feel the need to remain somewhat more sober this evening.
Oh shit, your meeting's tomorrow.
Yes, that's amazing, though, Zoran. I'm so glad for you.
Right. Oh shoot. And just like ponders. Are we all attending tomorrow? Alongside you?
I certainly will be.
As will I.
You get a look from Zoran. Oh, okay. That's no offense to you, by the way. It's just the actions that you did.
Provocative, yes. They were
Yes.
supposed to be provocative.
I don't know if I'll have recovered by tomorrow.
Oh,
Will someone tell me what happened to him?
he just tried stealing from the tenant estate.
Oh.
He tried dipping his paws into the tenant coffers. And he was duly stopped.
Well, Loka, if it's any recompense, you've probably saved it. They probably saved you from a lot of trouble.
Do you know how long it's been since I've failed in taking money in a job? That hurt my pride.
Aww. Peshmina gives you a pat on the shoulder.
Not as much as Thrani in execution.
It's been a while since I've seen one of those.
If it helps, we'll probably get more chances down the road. There's a lot going on.
You don't understand, Peshmina. It was right there. It was so easy. I didn't have to kill anybody this time.
Think of this as a new journey.
I don't like this journey.
A new path. A new experience.
Oh, I mean, I'll go with you tomorrow.
I'm sure the Royal Court would love to have you there, Loka. As I remember seeing, you made quite the impression on my parents.
Oh, you are very popular.
You think so? You don't think they'll be mad that I tried to steal from them? Well, they shouldn't know that I tried to steal from them.
They didn't. They wouldn't know unless you told them, and I'm not sure they would believe you. I'm sure my parents would love to see you again.
I gotta figure out where to put your mom's ribbon. I probably can't bring my tridents into the see them, can I?
Probably not. They won't allow weapons inside the palace.
You could wear it on your, whisker. On your little,
You can tie it around your wrist.
Droop.
Or you could affix it to Puppy.
Oh.
We get a little bow for Puppy.
A little bow
so
for Puppy
cute.
for now. Yeah. Where's Puppy? Where's...
Right behind you.
Teleport.
Starts tying the bow around Puppy.
Aww.
Is it a good-looking bow?
Not around Puppy.
Nice.
What if you tied it more I'm just gonna tries to fix it up and make it more fluffy and cute.
Yeah, it was definitely like a sailor's knot.
I love that.
Give Puppy an ascot.
Oh my gosh.
There we go.
But I think that looks lovely. You look stunning right now.
He says thank you, I think.
Oh.
No, he doesn't say anything. I'm sorry.
Just gives Puppy a little pat in the head.
Oh my god.
I love Puppy so much.
Well then, sounds like we've got a big day tomorrow, potentially. Might be a good idea to get some rest.
Yeah.
Oh god, I have to write to Libra. I should want to know about this.
Makes sense to me. Would we be okay to hard cut to the royal court?
Fine.
That sounds fine.
Yeah.
I almost thought we wouldn't get to it.
Yeah, me too.
I got energy.
Perfect.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, gut check. How are we feeling? Are we good to continue for a little bit?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Hell
I
yeah.
have to wake up early tomorrow, but if we want to go, I want to go too, because...
Court.
Up to you. I'm all right. If you're okay with that, Eli.
We can also
It's okay to not be okay with that.
Yeah.
We're not going to be able to get to this anytime soon, are we? Right.
It's about to be the holidays.
Then yeah, let's keep going.
Okay. I promise to keep it pretty short. I say pretty short. I don't think this will take a full hour or anything like that.
Okay.
That said, we're up to the second mini game of the night. which is to prevent me from playing a truly enormous number of characters. For 500 experience, I have 4 characters for the 4 of you.
Please,
I have a House Ymira representative. I have a House Tenon representative. I have a Guild Coalition representative. And I have Captain Renee of the Hawk Guard.
Ooh. It's only fitting. I'll do House Tenon.
Okay.
Let's see.
Whatever you want to give me.
Let me look over mine.
Okay.
You said you have a Kessel and Ymira.
Tenon, Ymira, the Guild Coalition, and Captain Renee of the Hawk Guard.
Alright. Kessel are the miners and the masons.
Kessel is not one of the options.
Yes.
Ymir is, though.
Okay, yeah. Ymir is the entertainment industry. Hawk Guard have peacekeeping. What is the Hawk Guard's position? Well, I'll take Hawk Guard.
Take the Hawk Guard? Alright.
Maybe I'll take Ymira then.
I will take whoever's left.
I like being the representative of the entertainment industry.
Puppy.
Puppy is big upsetty.
He's really mad. He'll be okay.
Oh god, everyone's here. Oh lord.
Who's left? Wait, who's left?
So you will be the Guild Coalition representative.
Ooh, okay. That's good.
Oh, during all of this, I would have given Loka back their amulet and Heisan back their sending stone.
Perfect.
And I would have attuned to all of my items again overnight, if that is possible.
So this is largely just going to be a conversation between these individuals and your own characters, if you so choose. Relevantly, most of the individuals in this court are going to have a largely negative opinion of Peshmina and Heisan and a largely positive opinion of Loka.
Yep.
Oh, that's so good.
God, this is terrible.
And so how this is structured, I'm going to avoid fully simply talking about what is necessary. And then, sorry, let me quick get some ambiance in here. Place and town day and marketplaces. Sure. This is gonna end up being too heroic. Oh, this will be good. Let me drop everyone's minis in. Peshmina. Zoran, how are you disguised?
Disguised? Yeah. I think that they're just going to look like...
Never turn it the right way.
I think one of the guards, but like in the Mirage colors.
Sure. Okay.
Just to look like they were like hired around.
And so effectively, Sultan Salmarabi has final say on how this goes. And it is effectively the job of all of these relative representatives and individuals to attempt to persuade the Sultan's final opinion on this matter. That matter being, what should Althra do about Mirage? Current options on the table: attempted annexation to try and integrate it as part of Althra proper, or increased presence there, whether it being trade presence or Hawk Guard presence, or nothing. And there's a lot of wiggle room in the middle there to do what they must. But I would say opening arguments here coming from Fayhue is simply, I understand that there is a great deal of value in Mirage itself. It's an important location for the region as well as the city specifically, but it is valuable that it remain free, not simply for its own diversity, but for the well-being of all the traders and merchants that come through it. It is a place of security, hospitality, and trade that has been consistently functioning for nigh on a century and a half now, and I have no intention of letting that change anytime soon.
Sultan Samarabi, may I begin? May I, the Hawk Guard name will speak up. Is that okay, Cole?
Yeah, and the Sultan gestures.
Mention Fayhue. My deepest respects. Your collaboration with us during the recent festival was most appreciated, and I would like to reiterate that thanks, first of all. And thank you for coming here in spite of our sudden summons. That being said, I do take issue with one part of what you described. The security of Mirage has long been a worry of ours, and recent events have done nothing to alleviate those concerns. I don't believe I need remind you that during that festival in which we sent a limited guard presence only to do recruitment, a notable caravan from the Gem Cutters Guild disappeared and was later reported to have been ransacked and all its occupants killed. And yet you are here arguing about the security of your trade routes and how a Thronian presence would threaten as such.
One of the other guards pops up and is just like, it's also notable that at the festival there was a report of several pickpocket incidents, and that money was never discovered and the thieves were never found.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, good sir. Would you please perhaps be so enlightened as to comment on how you plan on increasing measures such that you will have the assurance ways to assure that the Thronian merchants will be safe in Mirage and without Mirage?
Well, despite potentially recent events, I should note that we do only have jurisdiction over... I only control what happens in Mirage. I cannot guarantee the security of all merchants in the entire Phasia. I do not have control of the roads between Althra and Mirage, upon which your caravan was split, or the Gemcutter Society's caravan was attacked. That said, I am more than willing to establish and maintain greater, more organized security forces within Mirage myself, should it be deemed necessary by the citizens of Mirage. I do not wish to make any decisions exclusively on their behalf, as they are as much dwellers of Mirage as I am.
So are you saying that you do not object, but are you saying would you not object to the increased presence of Hawkguard within the trade routes in between? Would you not?
If you wish to post Hawkguard along the roads, you may do so. But I understand from a logistics perspective, are you going to make a posting in the middle of the desert?
The thought has crossed our minds in the past, but it is mere plan for now.
We need to be supplied from somewhere.
Right. And what else? And give me 1 second. You speak of Mirage's own. You also speak of Mirage's own security, but there is something also that there is something that troubles me. You speak of your own volunteers, yet very few of your volunteers seem to be excited at all for fighting, or excited at all for guard. We received very few from our reports. We received very few looks from your citizens. And furthermore, in the face of I believe your suggestion of a sort of Mirage's citizen guard is rather short-sighted. While certainly in the past, the threat of international interference remains a very real possibility. And are you prepared to raise forces if necessary and if defense is necessary?
I am, though I am concerned about your statement regarding excited for fighting or for guarding. I prefer not to curate a populace that is randy for violence.
That was not what I implied, and you know it. What I implied was those who are willing to fight for the home. Willing to do so, and we received no, and our reports have suggested very little.
Concerns? Oh, never mind, please.
If I may, it would seem that the matron has made it quite clear that her people, the people of Mirage, would not wish to join the Hawk Guard, as it were. So it would seem quite to me that should an occasion arise that would require defense of their city, that they would rise to fight for their home. That is what you're saying, is it not?
Precisely, thank you.
And only time will tell if that is the truth. I have no further questions, but my position remains unchanged.
Might I put in a word myself? Forgive me for speaking out of tone, or out of line. Because they are disguised as a guard wearing the Mirage colors.
Yeah, please.
Very much so.
So the Sultan gives you the floor.
Thank you. And does not like their over extraneous, like very outwardly out there bow, but just kind of like a very like polite just bow as like a guard would. As a citizen of Mirage myself, we love our town. We love our city. We are not eager to fight for conflict if there is one, but we will defend it, for it is our home. As would any of you would fight for Althra if it were threatened, we would fight for Mirage. I have no interest for fighting for Althra, as I have no interest for fighting for other Oasis cities out there. You don't see us putting in the effort because there's nothing to put in the effort for. There's no outward threat for Mirage currently. Thank you. This is like a step back in the line.
This is a good point. I would also not fight for Althra. That is why we have guard.
I think as the Guild Coalition representative, not to beat a dead horse, as it were, you say you would happily protect Mirage. Mirage is not only made up of those from Mirage, it is a constant influx and outflux of travelers. Have you no care for them specifically?
I consider all within Mirage's bounds to be under my care. I simply cannot protect those between towns. It is outside my purview, but if someone is a guest in Mirage, be it trader, wanderer, traveler, or adventurer, They are under my care, and I will protect them. Zoran. Maybe a weird thing. Can you give me a deception and a performance roll and tell me the higher?
Deception or performance?
Yeah, because I think it's I want to give you one of those. So I'll just do like it's weird mixed advantage basically.
Sure. This first one's deception. That's a nat 1. Performance is going to be 19 on the die plus 4.
Okay. Because relevant to that monologue, you are not from Mirage. It is not your home.
I am very much not from Mirage.
But you get, after you say that, though, I think you've chosen a very poignant disguise for this specific avenue of conversation. And you see some nods around the room like, yes,
As a further point, if I may.
The Sultan gives you the floor.
Mirage has stayed rather small for quite some time. Has it truly no plans to expand, grow, become more of a destination than it already is? We could help in this goal.
Given the simple number of citizens the town has maintained for a while, it is difficult to expand without, honestly, a consistent source of labor. If we were to expand our small but consistent market with more stalls and more goods, we would need more places, more individuals to work those booths, and as such, more housing for them to stay in. Not that that is out of the question, certainly, but it is not something that we necessarily have the resources to be able to do on our own. You say you would be willing to help with this, maybe.
I mean, is that not the goal? To grow, unify?
Mirage... I'll admit my vision for Mirage is not necessarily one of growth, but rather of health, but what is to say that those two are not aligned in their goals?
Heisan will shoot Feihu a look as like, are you sure that you want to invite them on the growth argument?
She gives you a look back, a reassuring look back. She understands the look, but is displaying confidence.
Heisan will turn his head back.
Can I have a weird...
I love weird ideas.
Yeah, just because I just made this argument but now I want to make an argument as Peshmina.
You absolutely can.
Peshmina will kind of politely like, if I may, firstly, I would like to apologize for the events of 2 days ago. I have already lost track of time.
It would be 2 days ago, yes.
I am speaking entirely as an outsider here, so to be allowed to speak at all is quite a privilege. I was unaware of the implications of the goings-ons at the party, so my apologies if anyone was offended. No offense was meant.
Who is this? The captain of the guard will say.
Feihu will speak up and say, this is one of mine attendants, a traveler who came to Mirage seeking refuge and who has come under my wing for some amount of... Please.
Feihu, may I?
Of course.
So, my name is Peshmina Rosegrove. I am of
There are a
the
couple
family.
eyes of recognition around the room.
You may or may not know who I am. I am from Fendil of Matla, I have been staying in Mirage for a time. And the guild representative is correct in that there is a great influx and outflux. I think I am a living example of that. I mean, to be all the way from Matla with no existing assistance, so to speak, from Althra. These connections are already being made, if I may make such a bold statement.
Yeah, I'm from the ocean.
Everybody smiles. Everybody likes that.
Hey, this guy. That said, I do think you get some chuckles, though. Like, the two of you are very much representative of, like, the world, right? Like, the non-Phasian representative of the non-Phasian population that is funneling through Mirage.
I have no title, I have no real... Things don't exactly work the same way there, but, I mean, you know who I am. That alone is enough, I would think, to show that there are connections there.
Make persuasion for me.
And don't fuck me. I rolled a 5.
Rolled a 5.
They hate my ass.
If I may.
What are you thinking, Matt?
Well, if I'm playing the person who is the arts person, and Pashmina is the person who's trying to persuade us, I might have some things to say about that.
Please?
Yes, Miss Rosegrove, but I think you must understand that you are not Phasian. We in Althra would like to expand our glorious arts to those oasis cities and larger towns such as Mirage. Why should we worry so much about your outsider influence?
Does it not work both ways? Is it not an extension in both directions? A meeting in the middle, so to speak?
Expound further, please. Humor me.
It was my understanding that the desire for growth meant, expanding your reaches further than just the Phasia. There's a whole world out there, and they very much want to trade. I know it is hard for us Mutlins to get our wares out this far. Not for a lack of wanting, but for a lack of ability. We're trying. Is it not the same for you?
I think that argument may be convincing. I think the biggest thing with you at this point, Pashmina, is I don't think your family name is actually going to give you a lot of sway here.
Yeah, I figured. I thought I would try.
Definitely some flickers of recognition, but, like, I mean, sure, your last name is Rosegrove, but, like, there's not a lot of weight there necessarily.
She self-admittedly said she doesn't have a title. Like, she knows that it works differently. She's not trying anything.
I think that's the thing, is you get the up of, like, Rosegrove, and you get the down of, like, oh, no title. Got it. All right, whatever. The Sultan is thoughtfully rubbing his chin. I think while he does that, Nina is actually he's going to whisper back and forth with Nina briefly.
Then might I, Lady Rosegrove, going in a similar route, what attracted you to Mirage in the first place? You are a taboo long ways from home. What attracted you to Mirage over, as I forget, every other place in the Phasia right now? I swear to God.
Rose Lake, Nazgul.
Rose Lake, Nazgul, or even Althra itself. Of all the places in the Phasia, in this vast land of desert, you choose one smaller town over a massive city like this.
Well, does that not speak to its appeal then, as it is? As much as I have thoroughly enjoyed my time in Althra. Well, I say that. There is something about Mirage that, I mean, I've performed there, I've worked there, in a sense. I've made connections there. And that's as it is.
Might I ask, how long have all of you resided within Mirage?
Panic.
I don't know if I know.
Feyhue just very confidently, my whole life. She'll even roll deception. Come on, Feyhue.
Come on, Feyhue. Come on, Feyhue.
Feyhue.
Okay.
Feyhue.
Okay, well.
It's a 17.
Okay.
Did I roll insight as this person?
Yeah, go ahead. This is I have the noble stat sheet pulled up.
All right, I rolled a 13 on the die.
13. Insight. So insight's wisdom, right?
Yes.
I believe so.
So
that is correct.
16.
Plus 3, 16. Okay.
Yeah.
Woo!
No, sorry. Plus 4, 17. The same.
Ooh. What does the tie mean?
Tie goes to the roller, and I believe in this case, Feyhue is the roller, rolling deception against insight. Mm-hmm. So, just barely gets it.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe mildly suspicious, but
yeah,
but convincing enough.
And what of the rest of your, forgive my expression, posse here?
I am a denizen of the Phasia at large. Consider me a sample of the stateless and citiless individuals, since you seem to have none.
Ouch!
Whoa!
Feels just like, ow!
Woo!
Zoran gives you a look.
Give me performance, Hey-san.
Just piss everyone off even more. Jesus.
I was gonna say, like, they already don't like.
I have nothing but contempt for these people.
It's my family up there.
Well, not all these randos, but
not the randos, but it's my family up there.
Oh, let's see, what was that? That was a 16 on the die. What is performance? That's a 20, dirty.
Dirty 20.
Holy.
Jesus.
From like at least one of the nobles, there's just like a smirk, like. But people will largely accept this as an answer, if a whippy won.
Oh, you must forgive my unstately manner. I'm merely trying to understand how long you all have resided. Are you all amongst you, aside from the matron herself?
Sorry, what was the question?
How long have you
How
lived
long
in
we've
Mirage?
been in Mirage?
I have traveled all over the Phasia for several years at this point. I've been not just a long way, but a long time from home. In all that time, I have over and over ended up back in Mirage.
Not technically a lie, I'll accept it.
Some will give Feyu look is like, how much are you okay with me saying, because I have nothing
You've given your response. Feyhu's given hers.
Okay.
Zoran, are you gonna say anything?
Why not just add on to the lies?
I was about to say, how much do you like lying in court?
Let's do it. Zoran's used to... Oh, God. Zoran's used to this, so...
For some reason, your portrait isn't working.
Yeah, it kind of goes on and off. It's weird. It's fine. It's whatever. As they take another step up, I was actually born here in the city of Althra. When I was 6 years old, me and my mother ended up moving to Mirage. I've been there ever since.
Give me deception.
Yup. That is a 12 on the die plus 7. 19.
19.
Oh my god.
I was looking for 18. It's getting harder.
That's fine.
Wow.
We've gone 15, 16, 17, 18. So.
Okay, and like I said, I'm not from the land, but from where I come from, it's kind of a big city, and Althra is also a pretty big city. I think there's something very nice about just like cozy small town feel. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to be surrounded by all sorts of everything all the time. If I want that, then I can come here. And that's a different place and different experience, you know? But I don't want it to be my everyday.
Mirage just has this je ne sais quoi.
Well, if I may, we're not looking to turn Mirage into an Althra 2. We're just suggesting that we help the town out a little in our way. Makes you a little more money, makes us a little more money, makes you a little more... Oh god, the word I was gonna say is appealing, but that's just such a diss, and I don't know if they would say that.
Safe, maybe.
Would make Mirage a more attractive location.
Then, if you would not mind, I would prefer to move things in a direction toward negotiating what exactly that would look like. That does not have to happen now, even necessarily, but I am willing to accept some amount of Thranian collaboration in, let's call it a beautification project for Mirage. If you will provide some number of economic resources, perhaps for more housing, to expand the marketplace and give yourselves a seat at the table of such a marketplace at an interesting position, then in exchange, Mirage will remain an independent town with its own governorship, its own rulings, and its own security.
Can I see how the Sultan is taking this?
Yeah.
Can I try doing insight on that?
Go for it.
Cool. I think I have a +4. That's going to be a 10, 14.
You have advantage. This is your dad.
Oh, cool. 14.
14?
The other one was a 6.
14's still pretty good. You can tell he's deeply considering. The biggest thing you get here is, the biggest one is sympathy. Like, he is clearly hearing and understands Feihu's predicament specifically, but you can tell the way he glances over at Renee, like, he also agrees with her. Like, fundamentally, this is a town that a lot of people go through, and if it can't handle thievery, and if it doesn't if it can't, he does not it's sympathizes with Feihu, but seems to be also sympathetic with the idea that Mirage may not be as safe as it could be. And that is a threat. I think, you know what, you get that. He's also just going to start talking.
Perfect.
While I understand everyone's positions here, I think it's important to consider many sides of this. Feihu, matron, I understand that you are very much the guiding hand of Mirage, and that your people seem to look up to you very greatly. Even these, gestures to the people around you, individuals who may not be of your city, of your town, but have such fervor for it. Clearly it is beloved, and I would do nothing to threaten that. That said, a threat to Mirage is not only a threat to Mirage. Because of its positioning, it is an important linchpin for the whole region. The trade routes and exports and imports included. If it could not be held secure, then that would be a danger not just to your citizens and your people, but to all the organizations of the Phaesia. Althra, the other Oasis towns, even the nomads, should the Oasis truly collapse under not your stewardship, but rather the absence of it. With all that please.
So first of all, I needed just a quick refresher because I can't find it in my notes. The mercenaries, the Raxen mercenaries, were sent by which house and which house, I forget, and they were sent to do similar negotiations, correct?
They were previously under contract with House Kessel, yes. But those negotiations were not on the behalf of the Hawk Guard. They were on the behalf of House Kessel.
Yeah.
Might you also state the major exports of Mirage, or is it literally just the Oasis and its location?
Correct. It is. It's okay. It is a pass-through town. They produce nothing. They can produce nothing other than the water of the Oasis. But position is deeply vital to the region. Effectively, like, if Mirage just like suddenly disappeared, trade routes would collapse. Like, other Oasis towns could starve if Mirage fell. There's a potential that it would have a huge impact on Althra as well.
Alright. Was Sultan Samarabi in the middle of saying something, by the way?
He was just going to effectively provide an ultimatum. Would you like to say something before that?
Yeah. Hasan is going to look to Feihu like, I need to say something, will you please?
Feihu gestures.
Saran is watching you very closely.
He stands up for a moment and just hits his fist. Forgive me, Sultan, but as a historian and one who has studied this land my entire life, I cannot but help but point out about the terrible foolishness that you seem to be disregarding. You speak of security and stability and that which Altera can provide, but if you wish to provide stability to the area around you, then sending in enforcers and others and military personnel will do nothing but destabilize it further. Stabilize it further. You may say that the Hawk Guard, perhaps, and I do believe, the captain, that the Hawk Guard do wish for nothing more than the safety of your citizens. But with the Hawk Guard come other. I have witnessed Haraxan mercenaries under the orders of one of the monetarist factions be sent to outside oases on their own to negotiate concessions and other deals on their own. To invite the Hawk Guard is also to invite the houses. And furthermore, do you truly believe you are the first to attempt to do this, to bind the Fage by yourself? Do you truly think you are the first? Need I remind you of the civil war that had once consumed this desert and threatened all locations precisely because of this behavior, of this policy towards other towns? Need I remind you of the bloodshed that lasted years, of the warfare that came from the simple decision to try and bind people of disparate cultures and disparate identities together under economic and military ties? Security is one thing. But expansion like this militarily, it is not something that it will do nothing but serve as a destabilizing force.
Roll history for me. Because that is the fundamental point where a lot of this is coming from.
24.
Wow.
24?
Holy shit.
Huge.
I mean...
Samarabi considers. And then nods. He's done his studies, but sometimes you need to be reminded. I am fully willing... Drop the voice a little bit. To continue, and it sounds like, Feihu, you would be open to a collaboration with the Merchants Guild to look into the expansion of your own markets. I say this. Should you be able to protect your own and maintain house, then the Hawk Guard will stay far and away from Mirage and concern ourselves with the security of our own city. Are you prepared for the strength that requires? And Feihu's gonna roll for composure. Because, kind of Hassan and the four of you, over the Sultan speaking and listening to them, everyone talk about getting a finger into Mirage, Feihu seems to be getting just like a little bit more irritable. There is a tiredness in her eyes that betrays a little bit of the fatigue of the curse that she's under.
May I give her bardic inspiration, perchance?
Yes. I'm looking for over a 15. That is exactly a 15. She...
What are these rolls?
bows deeply to the Sultan and simply says, "Of course. I will do everything under my power to protect every living thing that comes into, passes through, or lives within Mirage. Is that satisfactory?" And the Sultan nods and simply says, "Then it is done. Continue negotiations privately. This is no longer my business."
Yo!
Hassan will sit down.
I think Pashmina rushes over and hugs you.
You do so, and her legs give out. And luckily, holding you and with you helping her, she manages to remain upright. But she simply kind of speaks through gritted teeth. I think it's time for me to go.
Yes.
And she gives another bow to the Sultan and Nina, and will make her exit. That's where I would like to call it this evening.
Woof.
All right. Lot done tonight.
Holy shit, yo.
Big stretch. That was a fun roll. She got under 15.
Sorry to have kept you up so late. Eli.
I'm sorry, what's going on?
I was just sorry to have kept you up so late, Eli.
It's okay.
That was very cool. You did a very cool thing.
All right. Let's go ahead. I'm going to switch back to the market board.
I need to remember to...
Exploring.
You're exploring the palace.
Yeah.
It's funny, I've had those boards prepped for a little while now. All right, stars and warshes. We're going to go right to left, because I think we left to right last time.
Yes.
Hey, San, and by Hey, San, I mean Eli. Stars and wishes.
I'm happy I got to do my big old "Hey Song" gets up in court and says objection moment. Because I'm happy I got to express Hey Song's opinions and about, I guess, greater Frasier politics, because I genuinely love this part of the world that I'm very happy you allowed me to do that.
Of course.
Yeah. I'm incredibly tired right now. I don't really have any wishes or much else to give. I'm sorry.
That's okay. If you think of anything later, just let me know.
I will.
Matt, stars and wishes.
Oh, wow. A lot. That was a lot. I'm trying to remember what all we even did already. Because it was a lot, and it was really good. This session, a lot of fun. Honestly, the thing that really stuck with me the most was the tenon board. I was absolutely stunned when I saw that. Because I was like, oh, that's gonna be like a nice little house or whatever. It's a fucking tower.
It's a tower, yeah.
It's an estate.
Yeah, no, so that was, I think, maybe even the coolest outside of like the roleplay stuff. The Feihu conversation right there at the end where she collapsed. Oof. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot too. Us finding the stuff for Zeran, or Zeran finding the stuff for Zeran. Also, wow, and a lot. I am so excited to see. This is wishes. I'm so excited to, because we have done a lot and have some very interesting potential threads coming now. Still kind of wishing for combat. Still kind of wishing I had that 160 gold, but you know.
Yeah. Don't forget about the Naya's bite.
Yeah, I want to think about these items because, like I said, I don't know both be for Loka.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know why I wouldn't simultaneously. So, yeah, that's actually another star, is that we managed to get 2 of them, and I was expecting to get exactly 1. So that was surprising. Yeah, I don't know. Good session.
Very cool.
All right. Me, Stars and Wishes. Stars, a lot of that. Thank you for playing both of my mini games. I was trying to think of fun ways to do it. The court thing is actually largely I played a game of the Wizard's Querulous Dram, which is basically a conversation narrative game where you do that, but like on a hard timer.
I gotta say, it's so hard to be in multiple headspaces at once. Holy shit!
Whoa, crazy how that is.
That is. I forgot how hard that is.
Yeah. Not easy. But super fun. I think that turned out quite well. Nice to have kind of a big multifaceted conversation. The Ymir Estate stuff was pretty fun. I actually thought it was just really interesting to have an NPC that is allied with you but has fundamentally different goals than you. That was interesting. I enjoyed that. I like Amari. Amari's just a fun character. I like the belly of the fox as a like soft location. Wishes. I intend to make basically a loose threads document that's just like, okay, cool. What like open unresolved things do we have going on still? Just to have that like organized for me. And I'll probably either share that or allude to it in some way next session. Because I know there's some stuff that continues to be open that's just like been a while since we've touched it. Other wishes. I also combat. I want it to happen very badly. This is just not a good excuse for it right now. Which is so unfortunate. I want to get into initiative very badly. Yeah, that's it for me. Caroline, Stars and Wishes.
Yeah. Oh, my thing's not lighting up anymore. I don't think it likes it because it like goes all the time with my mic. Stars. I'm very happy that we basically set out to do what we had to do and we did it. It's almost everything went right this session, which is very nice. And I'm interested to see where it goes from there. If that makes sense. Because we had a lot of things that we had to do, and they all went really well. I was expecting none of that, and we did all of it.
Truly, the dice tell the story.
The dice tell the story, and it did not disappoint at all. So that's a lot of fun. Stars. I got the freaking paper.
Evidence.
I have that.
On an investigation check that you literally had to crit succeed to succeed.
I had to crit. And I did on the second die. I'm still screaming from that. I hope you know. The odds were so stacked against me, and it just said, no, it's fine. Here you go. Because it's literally, I spent this entire last, like, week trying to figure out, okay, what other thing can I do to try and get Zoran out of this like engagement. And the only thing I was thinking of is Zoran's gonna have to renounce her title as the prince. And they don't like that.
Nah. Loka has ideas for you.
I don't like where that's going.
No, it's actually really good. I promise you.
Please tell me, but DM them to me because I'm curious.
Yeah.
So that was really good. Sapphire was really cool. Amari was really cool. Those are both really fun characters. I liked the spat with Loka and Sapphire was really good. Another star was just that entire last scene. Heisan just going off and is basically bastardizing themselves in court, but just getting the point across was really good.
Sometimes you gotta say the thing that people don't want to hear.
Yeah, and it worked. It's literally, just hearing that, especially being in the Zoran headspace, is panic.
It's like, fuck.
Basically, and Zoran said, I can never actually introduce you to
Can't be accused for treason if you're not a citizen of anywhere.
Yeah. So, that was really fun. I'm very glad that it went over well. Yeah. Wish. I would also like combat soon. I just know there's like next to no reason to do it in Althra, which is kind of very sad. Would be nice to do soon. It would be interesting to see how we can do it soon. B, I was kind of hoping to have, I really wanted Libra to deliver the letter that Zoran had with the evidence to the Sultan then, because I really want to see the Sultan's reaction to it. That's my biggest thing. I really want to see how the Sultan reacts to all of that, especially with members of House 10 in there. Granted, Cybella herself isn't there. I would love to see that. That's like one of my big things.
I think even if you all aren't there to see it, that is absolutely something I'm going to narrate.
That would be cool.
Is the fallout of that being delivered. Because it is just safer if you're not there. But like, I've got to give that kind of off-screen payoff.
I really want that just because that's kind of huge.
It is huge.
Yeah.
That is crippling towards House Tenon, especially towards Cybella.
Yeah, for sure. And like Living World, so like that's gonna have fallout for the city of Althra for the rest of the game. Probably.
Oh yeah. And Zoran knows this, but it's really like, it's self-preservation at this point.
For sure.
So
I thought that was Bubby for a second.
No, that's my cat. I am so sorry.
Bubby's up in his tree.
Yeah. So
Okay,
that's me.
Excellent. And Hannah.
Stars. So much of that. Just fucking insane rolls. I try not to like necessarily like pre-pick moments for like the highlights and stuff, but that one natural 20, I'm like, oh my god, that's getting clipped.
That's one of the best natural 20s in D&D that I've experienced personally.
That was kind of insane.
Which
I actually
one?
could not.
The Zoran looking, searching.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Everyone was rolling fucking crazy, just like either skin of your teeth succeeding or just blowing out of the fucking water. Wild rolls tonight. Oh god. Yeah, just big stars for just all of that. Wishes is hard. Yeah, it would be cool to be doing. I'm so glad that we got to all of this tonight, so that we can start something like new and different. There are little things. I wish I had spent a little more time. I wish I'd like, I don't know, gotten to have some fun in like the belly of the fox or whatever. It's not a big deal. It's not. It doesn't matter. I'm excited to go to other locations, basically. I'm interested to see where we go next.
There's a whole new world.
A whole new world. A new fantastic point.
Yep.
All right, before we get stricken for copyright.
God, if only. That would be weird. Yeah, so I want to play tomorrow.
Unfortunately, I work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wish is that it doesn't take the entire rest of the month to get to play again, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see when we can schedule another session. But in the meantime, thank you all for playing, and I am looking forward to seeing you next time. That was super fun.